Chapter 39:15. The colorful silk fluttered in the air as Madame Land's figure danced around, the shadow of the mini-universe world flickering behind her. The power of a sixth-grade heaven splitter was extraordinary. The colorful silk fluttered here and there, whipping the golden crow until it staggered and cried angrily. Although it occasionally counterattacked, Madame Lan avoided it in advance. Hong Lao and the others were overjoyed. They knew that Madame Lan was right. The golden crow was really at the end of its life. Otherwise, how could such a famous vicious beast be so weak? Madame Lan alone was qualified to contend with it. Even though it seemed to be at a disadvantage, it wouldn't be defeated in a short time. If Madame Lan was able to do this on her own, how could the golden crow survive if everyone in the hall worked together? Hong Lao shouted, "Madame Lan, this old man is coming." The golden crow's fat body flew out and slammed a palm down. Behind him, Yuan Xiaoman, Zhang Qi, and Ji Tianqing summoned their artifacts and attacked the golden crow with loud rumbling noises. The low-grade Heaven Splitter generals and mid-grade Heaven Splitter generals had already attacked, so they didn't hesitate and followed. In an instant, a fight broke out in the hall. Secret treasures flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely lively. In a corner of the hall, Yang Kai hid under the shadowless silk and watched with widened eyes. The golden crow was so majestic. It was born with the sun and danced with the sun, but now it was in a situation where it was like a tiger in the sun and a dragon in shallow water. The power of time was endless. No matter how powerful an existence was, it couldn't resist the passage of time. There was always a time when it couldn't catch up. The golden crow was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Its last attack was blocked by Madame Lan's secret treasure, so it was obviously exhausted. Even so, Madame Lan alone shouldn't be a match for it. However, there were at least 30 Heaven Splitters still alive in the hall. Among them, there were 4 or 5 mid-grade Heaven Splitters. Under their joint efforts, the golden crow was instantly at a disadvantage. Looking at the situation, it was only a matter of time before it died. Yang Kai smacked his lips. In the end, he didn't know who would benefit. The value of the golden crow's body was immeasurable. Although he didn't know what the golden crow's body could be used for, it was definitely not inferior to the true sun gold. How sad. Since he wasn't strong enough, he could only watch the show from the sidelines. He couldn't join in the fun. Yang Kai urgently felt his need for strength. On the battlefield, although the golden crow was at a disadvantage, the golden crow primordial fire was so powerful that no one dared to touch it. Every time the golden crow primordial fire spread out, everyone had to retreat, giving the golden crow a chance to breathe. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, a miserable cry rang out. It was an inferior grade Heaven Splitter that couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the golden crow true flame. In an instant, half of his body melted. His companions immediately brought him away from the battlefield, but it was likely that this would also end in tragedy. As time passed, the golden crow's body was covered in wounds. Blood flowed out like magma and fell to the ground, burning holes in the floor. Of the more than 30 Heaven Splitters, 4 or 5 had already fallen. The remaining people were also gasping for breath, their strength lacking. Not only were the inferior grade Heaven Splitters like this, but the mid-grade Heaven Splitters weren't much better. Although they were stronger, the pressure they had to endure was not something the inferior grade Heaven Splitters could compare to. Every one of them was using their full strength, and even Madame Lan's pretty face was pale. Among everyone, she was under the greatest pressure. The golden crow seemed to be angry that she had ruined its plans, and half of its attacks were directed at her. If it weren't for Madame Lan's strength being extraordinary and the many secret treasures she had on her, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. At a certain moment, Hong Lao suddenly shouted excitedly, "Hold on, this evil beast is about to die." The golden crow's eyes were dim, and there was no longer any vigor from before. There were countless wounds of various sizes on its body, and its monstrous aura had also fallen to the bottom. It was indeed at the final juncture of its life. Its body swayed, but it stood firm. Its pale golden eyes swept across the battlefield. The pride of the ancient divine spirit made it so that even in its last moments, it didn't put these people in its eyes. Madame Lan came over in a flash, her colorful ribbon bunched together and whipped down. The golden crow seemed to want to dodge, but it no longer had the strength to do so. The colorful ribbon directly whipped its neck, and the faint sound of bones breaking could be heard. Under the great force, the golden crow was directly hit and flew to a corner of the hall. After this blow, Madame Lawn also staggered and almost fell to the ground. With a bang, the golden crow fell to the floor and slid forward for a long distance. It didn't move for a long time, but even so, no one dared to casually step forward to investigate. The main reason was that they had suffered a loss when the golden crow faked its death once before. Before confirming that it was completely dead, no one dared to repeat the same mistake. If this guy spat out golden crow true fire again, no one would be able to resist in their current state. Heavy breathing echoed in the hall. Almost at the same time, everyone took out spirit pills from their space rings and stuffed them into their mouths, quickly refining them and restoring their strength. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the golden crow lay there, motionless. At the same time, Yang Kai's face twitched as he cursed in his heart. The golden crow's position was less than a meter away from where he was hiding. He didn't expect Madame Lawn to send the golden crow here. This was a little awkward. It was too late to leave now. Everyone in the hall was staring at him, and their divine senses were converging here. If he moved, he might expose his whereabouts. What should he do? If the golden crow was dead, those guys would definitely come to investigate later. He was standing so close to the golden crow. He was afraid that he couldn't hide from the perception of those heaven splitters. If they asked later, how should he explain? Just as he was hesitating, the golden crow in front of him suddenly moved slightly, and then slowly and firmly stood up. Yang Kai only felt a chill from head to toe, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Although the golden crow looked miserable now, if it wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as pinching an insect. He prayed in his heart that he wouldn't be discovered. The golden crow didn't know if it was dizzy from the beating, but when it stood up, it didn't face Madame Lawn and the others. Instead, it faced the place where Yang Kai was hiding. Immediately, the golden crow lowered its head, its pale golden eyes fixed on Yang Kai. They were less than a meter apart, and Yang Kai could even feel the golden crow's breathing. When their eyes met, Yang Kai knew that the golden crow must have discovered him. The shadowless veil couldn't even hide from Madame Lawn, so how could it hide from an adult golden crow? Trying hard to put on a harmless look, Yang Kai forced an ugly smile at the ancient divine spirit in front of him. The golden crow opened its mouth, and a scorching aura filled the air. Flames could be vaguely seen, and the aura of death enveloped him. Damn you! Yang Kai flew into a rage. He had compromised so much, only begging it to let him go, but it had actually mercilessly attacked him in return. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai didn't wait for the golden crow's true fire to spit out. He raised his hand and summoned a golden feather, pouring all his power into it. When the golden light shone brightly, another violent aura suddenly surged. Not far away, Madame Lawn and the others, who were vigilantly watching the golden crow stand up again, all paled. They had been on guard against the golden crow using the same trick. Now, it seemed that the previous attack hadn't taken the golden crow's life, but it should have. What was with this violent aura erupting at this time? As their gazes trembled, they saw a golden pheasant that seemed to have been enlarged countless times suddenly appear. The golden pheasant's figure was huge, and the golden light on its body was dazzling, almost covering the entire sky. It wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the golden crow's overflowing might, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Mia Ming! Hong Lao cried out involuntarily. Zhang Qi and Ji Tianxing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and Yuan Xiaoman and Madame Lan's red lips were also slightly agape. The minds of the numerous heaven-opening cultivators were a mess, and they were practically unable to think. They couldn't understand why Mia Ming would appear here. Why hadn't he been seen before, and how had he come in? However, very soon, Madame Lawn discovered that something was wrong and shouted in a low voice, "It's not the main body, it's a divine technique." Even if it wasn't the main body, it wasn't something that they could contend against at this moment. Mia Ming lowered his head, looking down at the golden crow. Accompanied by a strange cooing sound, his sharp beak suddenly pecked down. With a crack, a huge hole appeared in the golden crow's head. The golden crow's body swayed a few times, then fell to the ground with a loud crash, completely devoid of life. This time, it was truly dead. If the golden crow at its peak state had encountered Ming, the latter might not have been its match, but the large golden crow here was already like a lamp without oil, and didn't have much time left to live. Although it had used tricks to kill many heaven-opening cultivators who coveted its treasures, it had also consumed a great deal of energy. After that, it had fought with Madame Lan and the others for a long time. So how could it have any energy left? Ming's attack couldn't be blocked at all, so it wasn't surprising that it had died. After killing the golden crow, Ming's figure quickly dissipated, turning into specks of golden light and disappearing. The overwhelming power that accompanied it also disappeared without a trace. Hong Lao's eyes widened, and he looked in the direction where the golden crow had fallen in surprise. Over there, a young-looking guy was standing beside the golden crow's corpse, his expression slightly awkward. Hong Lao couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" He had never seen this guy before, and the aura of this young man was too weak. He wasn't at the heaven-opening stage at all. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He had no choice but to use the feather that Ming had given him, so the shadowless veil lost its concealment effect, and his figure would naturally be revealed. He had been hiding until now, but at the last moment, he was still exposed. Yang Kai was also very helpless. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Since he was exposed, he could only quickly escape. Thinking of this, Yang Kai cupped his hands solemnly. Madame Lan. Hong Lao and the others immediately turned to look at Madame Lan, thinking that the two of them were very familiar with each other. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai took out the Rui pouch to divert their attention, and directly put the golden crow's corpse into the pouch. In a flash, he disappeared from where he was. Chapter 39:16. He didn't know what the golden crow's corpse could be used for, but that didn't stop Yang Kai from snatching it first. After all, he had spent a Ming feather to obtain this spoil of war, so how could he let it go so easily? When he had taken Great General Si Chun to find his family, Ming had only given him 3 golden feathers. In a situation where he was still weak, these 3 golden feathers were incomparably precious, and could be said to be 3 life-saving talismans. If he had any other choice, how could Yang Kai bear to use them here? But facing the golden crow's attack, he had no choice but to use them, or else he would die. His figure flickered, and the space principles fluctuated. To Yang Kai's pleasant surprise, the power that had sealed the world disappeared with the golden crow's death, allowing him to smoothly activate his teleportation secret technique. There was no way to determine his location, so he had to run first. This was like poking a hornet's nest. The many heaven-opening cultivators in the hall first widened their eyes, then became shocked and angry. They had spent so much effort to fight the golden crow to the death, paying a huge price, and even many low-level heaven-opening cultivators had fallen. They had finally taken down the golden crow with great difficulty, but now a strange little brat had taken advantage of them. If that person really was very strong, then so be it. His strength was inferior, and there was no way to challenge him. The key was that this little brat wasn't even a heaven-opening cultivator, yet he had the guts to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Hong Lao and the others were especially furious. Although everyone had gained something from this trip, and each of them had obtained a Sun genuine gold, no one would complain about having too many good things, especially when that was the corpse of an adult golden crow. It was probably even more valuable than the Sun genuine gold. How dare you? Hong Lao shouted angrily, and his powerful divine sense poured out like a tide, immediately locking onto Yang Kai's position. His fat body flickered, and he immediately disappeared, chasing after him. Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing also didn't say a word, each using a secret technique and disappearing. Yuan Xiaoman turned to look at Madame Lan. Sister Lan, aren't we going to chase? Without waiting for Madame Lan's reply, she shot into the sky like an arrow, breaking through the roof and opening a passage to the outside world. A group of low-level heaven-opening cultivators followed closely behind. In the main hall, Madame Lan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, a strange expression on her face. Of course, she knew that young man. He had stayed in the First Inn for 4 months and was also a guest of the First Inn. His name was Yang Kai. Later, he somehow entered the Jinwu Palace and hid in a passage. She didn't expose him at that time because she knew that he was just a guy who wanted to take advantage of her. He had a secret treasure that could hide his body. With her 6th-level eyesight, she could see through him at a glance. He was neither a relative nor a friend, so she didn't need to care about him. She didn't expose him because the First Inn had always been amiable and never took the initiative to make enemies. Who would have thought that this fellow would actually pick up a bargain, and a huge one at that? The Golden Crow's corpse was much more valuable than the Grade 7 True Sun Gold he had obtained. Just thinking about it was interesting. With so many heaven-opening realm cultivators here, how could a venerable emperor like him have the guts to do such a thing? Wasn't he afraid that the Golden Crow's corpse would burn his hands? I'm just afraid that you won't have the life to take it away. Madame Lan exhaled lightly and looked up. Yuan Xiaoman had already opened a passage above her head that led to the outside world. With a flash of her delicate body, she soared into the sky. At that moment, Yang Kai felt as if his butt was on fire. The space principles around him fluctuated wildly as he fled madly. Behind him was a large group of heaven-opening realm cultivators, led by Hong Lao and the other mid-rank heaven openers. Looking at their flustered and exasperated appearance, those who didn't know would think that he had dug up their ancestral graves. This was the first time he had been chased by a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and so many of them at once. Almost all the forces in the nearby large territory were present. Yang Kai deeply experienced the strength of a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. Although he had relied on the laws of space to escape first, he didn't run very far before he felt several presences lock onto him from afar. Needless to say, these presences belonged to the mid-rank heaven splitters. After several teleportations, although he had opened up some distance, he still couldn't shake them off. Moreover, after several times, Hong Lao and the others seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's space principles and chased him even more fiercely. The distance between them rapidly closed. Yang Kai's strength was still a little lacking, so how could he compare to a heaven-opening realm cultivator in speed? Fortunately, the Space Divine technique gave him a unique advantage in escaping. If it weren't for this, Yang Kai would have been caught long ago. Behind the crowd, Great Moon Prefecture's Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang also had extremely strange expressions as they quietly communicated with each other through divine sense. Brother, that's Yang Kai, right? Am I seeing things? Tao Rongfang still couldn't believe what she had seen in the hall. She didn't understand how Yang Kai had appeared there. Wei Kei nodded quietly. Yes, it's him. How did he? I don't know either, but he's in big trouble this time. Wei Kei's expression was solemn as he sighed. How foolish. Since he had a way to hide, he could have just kept hiding. Why did he have to expose himself and an AI? In that situation, let alone Yang Kai, who wasn't even a heaven-opening realm cultivator, even he wouldn't have dared to snatch the Golden Crow's corpse. Wasn't obtaining this hot potato the same as courting death? Now, with several dozen heaven-opening realm cultivators chasing after him, how spectacular would that scene be? Even if that little brat was proficient in space principles, he wouldn't be able to escape alive. It really is a pity. That little brat is quite a good person. It was only thanks to him that Asun was able to find us, Tao Rongfang sighed. He also saved our lives. Wei Kei said. Tao Rongfang was confused. When did he save our lives? When the Golden Crow faked his death and revived, weren't you very curious as to why I suddenly pulled you back? It was this little brat who secretly sent me a sound transmission, saying that the Golden Crow might still be alive. Now that I think about it, if he hadn't warned me in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking back to that scene, Wei Kei couldn't help but shiver. When the Golden Crow's true fire had erupted, almost half of the heaven-opening realm cultivators present had died. If he and Tao Rongfang hadn't retreated, there was no guarantee that they would have survived. He was already there at that time? Tao Rongfang was shocked. Wei Kei laughed. I also don't know how he entered, or how he hid himself. It's probably the work of a secret treasure. However, at that time, the onlookers saw more clearly than the onlookers. Even Madame Lan and the others were attracted by the sun-true gold, so no one noticed the golden crow's abnormality. Tao Rongfang said with some lingering fear, "If that's the case, we really do owe him our lives. Brother, we can't not repay him for saving our lives. Now that he's in trouble, we can't just sit by and watch." Wei Kei said with a headache, "Of course we can't just ignore him, but this matter isn't easy to deal with. Let's not talk about other things for now. We have to catch up to him quickly. This brat really can run. I really want to break his legs." Tao Rongfang giggled. "It's not bad if he can keep running like this. At the very least, we can guarantee that we won't catch up to him. I'm just worried that he won't be able to continue running." As the two of them spoke, they did their best to catch up. However, the distance between them and the mid-level heaven opening realm cultivators grew larger and larger. Fortunately, the field of vision in this star field was quite good, so they didn't have to worry about losing them. Right at this moment, an angry roar rang out in front of them. Even though they were very far away, they could still hear it clearly. "That brat in front, stop if you want to live. Otherwise, when this old man catches up to you, I'll definitely let you taste all the torture in the world. I'll make you beg for death." If he had any other choice, Hong Lao wouldn't threaten someone from the Emperor realm like this. It was beneath his dignity. That young man was really too good at running, and Hong Lao had taken the initiative to leave everyone far behind from the start. If they were closer, he could interfere with the space around that brat so that he couldn't teleport away. At that time, he could easily catch up to him. However, at this distance, even if he interfered, it probably wouldn't have much of an effect. That brat was still teleporting away. As he spoke, his anger was evident in his words. Yang Kai, who was running in front of him, didn't pay any attention to him. It would be crazy to stop at this time. To be honest, he was more or less regretful now. He shouldn't have picked up this hot potato. It was just that after watching the show for so long, he had seen 8 pieces of true sun gold, but he didn't get a share. He even used a golden annihilation plume. Thinking that he couldn't make such a bad deal, he got hot-headed and snatched the golden crow's corpse. However, since he had already snatched it, it was impossible to return it now. Several heaven splitters were chasing after him, so who could he return it to? No matter who got it, the rest of them wouldn't let him go. He would be viewed with hostility left and right, so he might as well go all the way. As the saying goes, success is taken from the details, and riches are sought from the risks. Seeing that Yang Kai was ignoring him, Hong Lao became even angrier. He shouted, "Brat, you're courting death." As he spoke, his fat body suddenly swelled up, turning into a behemoth hundreds of feet tall. He reached out his big hand and grabbed at Yang Kai from afar. Feeling the shocking pressure coming, Yang Kai was shocked. He turned his head and saw that there seemed to be a giant hand covering the sky coming down on him from behind. Then, it grabbed empty air from afar. Yang Kai shrunk his neck and resisted the urge to curse. He was really scared, and he was sweating all over. Hong Lao, who was already injured, seemed to have consumed a lot of energy after using this secret technique. He actually coughed violently, and the speed of his pursuit was greatly reduced. Yuan Xiaoman flew past him and said, "Can't you stop when you're old? Why are you reaching out so far?" Looking at her leaving figure, Hong Lao was almost angered to death. "Little brother in front, can you wait for me? You're running too fast," Yuan Xiaoman shouted as she flew. Her voice was so sweet that it made Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing frown. "Little brother, don't run. Where can you run to? Although this universe is big, there's no place for you. When they catch up to you, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending." Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing turned to look at her and sneered inwardly. "As if you'll have a good ending if you catch up to him." Chapter 39:17. "If you don't want me to run, don't chase me," Yang Kai shouted as he fled. Yuan Xiaoman said, "Don't run. We won't chase you." While speaking, she signaled to Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing, who both nodded lightly. "Don't chase me. I won't run." Yuan Xiaoman sneered, "Little brother, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I don't know where you came from, but I'm afraid you don't know how strong we are. With your strength, it's impossible for you to escape." Ji Tianqing shouted angrily, "Boy, Hand over the golden crow corpse and we'll spare your life. Okay, 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 I'll hand it over. Yang Kai nodded hurriedly, then hesitated. But who should I hand it over to? Leave it to me. Unsurprisingly, the three of them shouted in unison, then looked at each other with eyes full of hostility, wishing they could slap the two people next to them to death. Yuan Xiaoman rolled her eyes and said, "Little brother, give me the golden crow corpse and I'll recommend you to join Mirror's Moon. Looking at your strength, you seem to have just arrived outside heaven and earth. There are dangers everywhere outside heaven and earth. Having a background is different from having no background. When the time comes, come to my Mirror's Moon and I'll guarantee you a safe life." "You can recommend me to join Mirror's Moon?" Yang Kai said in a tempted tone. Yuan Xiaoman smiled. "Don't look at me like this. I'm an elder of Mirror's Moon. What's wrong with recommending someone? And I might as well tell you, there are many beautiful female disciples in my Mirror's Moon. If you take a fancy to any of them after joining, I can even be a matchmaker for you." "Bitch." Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing cursed Yuan Xiaoman's shamelessness in their hearts. She even used such a trick for the golden crow corpse, simply throwing away the face of a mid-rank splitter. However, thinking about it carefully, it was not surprising. How rare was a golden crow corpse? If she could make this boy hand it over willingly, what was this little sacrifice? "Are those female disciples as beautiful as you? What if I take a fancy to you?" Yuan Xiaoman's face turned cold as she secretly cursed this stinking brat for not knowing what was good for him, but she still smiled and said, "That will depend on your own ability. If you can make this young lady fall in love with you, then this young lady will obey you." "You're not lying?" Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Of course I'm not lying." Seeing that this adulterous couple was still in the mood to talk about this, Zhang Qi sneered and said, "Young man, if you believe her, I promise you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Why don't you join my abomination land? My abomination land doesn't have many beautiful female disciples, but I can give you a guarantee. I don't dare to say anything else, but I can guarantee that you'll be able to reach the 4th stage and open the heavens in your lifetime." "Level 4 Sky Splitter," Yang Kai exclaimed. Zhang Qi said, "As a cultivator, we cultivate our whole life. Everything outside is fake. Only our own strength is the foundation. As long as we control the power in our own hands, what kind of woman can't we have?" This master's words make a lot of sense. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Yuan Xiaoman angrily turned her head and glared at Zhang Qi. "Why are you undermining me?" Zhang Qi snorted coldly, too lazy to pay attention to her, and continued to persuade her, "Young man, give me the golden crow's corpse. I can swear on my own Tao seal that I'm not lying to you." These words were said with a bit of sincerity. No one dared to take an oath on their own Tao seal lightly. Once the oath was broken, it was very likely that the Tao seal would be covered in dust and the Tao would be blocked. Yuan Xiaoman seemed to have not expected Zhang Qi to be able to do this, and for a moment, she forgot to reprimand him. Yang Kai's voice came from afar. "I can feel this master's sincerity, and it's really tempting. But aren't there 3 of you? I still want to hear what the other master has to offer." Ji Tianqing grinned. "How about I give you a way out?" Yang Kai said, "This master's words have no sincerity. Don't even think about the golden crow's corpse. I won't give it to you even if I lose it." Yuan Xiaoman hurriedly nodded. "Don't give it to him. This guy is vicious and merciless. If you give the golden crow's corpse to him, you definitely won't have a good ending." Zhang Qi also said, "Young man, that's all I have to say. You know what to choose, so quickly decide." "Slow down, I'll think about it." "You're too close. I'm not in the mood to think," Yang Kai replied. Zhang Qi said in a low voice, "I think you have no sincerity at all. Don't play such a childish trick. I'll say it again. If you don't hand over the golden crow's corpse, even if this universe is big, there will be no place for you." Yuan Xiaoman snorted. Stubborn. As they spoke, they did not slow down in the slightest, constantly closing the distance between them and Yang Kai. However, that brat was truly hateful. Every time he reached a certain distance, his figure would flicker, and his space principles would fluctuate, teleporting far away in an instant, making it impossible for them to interfere with him. They really could not understand when the Emperor realm had appeared in the 3,000 realms, making a group of heaven-opening realm cultivators eat his dust. After a long day, Hong Lao also caught up, and he could feel Madame Lan's rapidly approaching aura from afar. Madame Lan had expended the most energy in the battle with the Golden Crow, so she was the last to move. However, she could not resist the other party's strength, so even though she fell behind in the beginning, she slowly caught up. Another half a day later, the 5 heaven-opening realm cultivators gathered together again, running neck and neck in the star field. Madame Lan's expression was strange as she looked at the 4 of them. That brat is so good at running? Yuan Xiaoman gnashed her teeth in anger. I don't know where this brat came from, but when I catch him, I'll definitely pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Although the others did not say anything, they were obviously angry as well. If this matter were to spread, it would really be embarrassing. Madame Lan smiled lightly. Wait until you catch him, I'll go first. When she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she actually rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, widening the distance between the other 4 in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Yuan Xiaoman and the others were filled with unwillingness, realizing that the Golden Crow's corpse probably had nothing to do with them anymore. There was nothing they could do. Their strength was inferior to Madame Lan's, and their speed was also inferior. No matter how good that brat was at running, could he escape the pursuit of a 6th-level heaven-opening realm cultivator? Even they probably did not have this ability. Sure enough, seeing Madame Lan chasing after him, Yang Kai also panicked a little. The 4th-level heaven-opening realm cultivators had chased him for so long, but they could not do anything to him. Madame Lan gave him a lot of pressure as soon as she caught up. Judging by the lady boss's astonishing speed, he could not escape for long even if he used the law of space. It was only a matter of time before she caught up. He immediately shouted, Lady Boss, I've stayed in your first inn for 4 months and spent a lot of heaven-opening pills. Is this how you treat me? Madame Lan chuckled. Don't worry, I only want the Golden Crow's corpse. I won't do anything to you. Why don't you stop running and obediently hand over the Golden Crow's corpse? Save me the trouble. Yang Kai was filled with grief and indignation. The first inn also does this kind of bullying? Madame Lan said, I am not acting on behalf of the first inn. This is just my personal opinion. Whether you represent or not is up to you. Lady Boss, don't force me, or you'll regret it. Madame Lan said with interest, What do you want? Just you wait. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, busying himself with something as he ran. After a short while, he suddenly waved his hand, and several small black dots immediately shot out to the left and right. At the same time, Yang Kai invoked his arts and shouted, 10 space rings, one of which contains the Golden Crow's corpse. Go find it yourselves. It belongs to whoever finds it. It has nothing to do with me. As soon as he said this, Madame Lan's expression changed. She secretly cursed this stinking brat for coming up with such a shameless plan. Yuan Xiaoman and the others also frowned. Even though they knew that Yang Kai might be trying to distract them and that there was nothing in the 10 space rings, they did not dare to ignore it. What if the Golden Crow's corpse was really in one of the space rings? If they did not investigate, wouldn't they be letting others take advantage of them? Even though they had doubts, the 5 heaven splitters split up in an instant and rushed toward different targets. After half a cup of tea's time, they had found all 10 space rings, but after careful inspection, there was not even a strand of hair, let alone the Golden Crow's corpse. Yuan Xiaoman clenched her teeth tightly, causing them to creak. I will definitely kill him. This feeling of jumping into a trap despite knowing it was one was disgusting. She swore to herself that when she caught Yang Kai, she would not let him have a good time. I've already handed over the Golden Crow's corpse to you. Why are you still chasing? Must you be so ruthless? Yang Kai shouted from the front, his voice full of anger. This brat is still trying to confuse us. Zhang Qi snorted. Yang Kai said, if you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. One of you must have found it, then secretly hid it, and now you want to frame me. Madame Lan was so angry that she laughed. This brat is trying to drive a wedge between us. Yuan Xiaoman snorted. Anyway, there's nothing in the 2 space rings I took. She turned to look at the others, who also expressed the same. Who knows if he's telling the truth? Yuan Xiaoman said leisurely. Zhang Qi glared at her. Did your brain grow on your chest? Sure enough, big breasts but no brain. Madame Lan already said that he's trying to drive a wedge between us, but you still want to fall for it? Yuan Xiaoman said, why are you in such a hurry? I'm just saying, how did I fall for it? Why are you in such a hurry? Are you hiding something? I can't be bothered with you. Zhang Qi said angrily. Madame Lan said, it's easy to prove it. She shouted, Yang Kai, do you dare to swear on your Dao seal that you hid the golden crow in one of the 10 space rings? If you dare to swear, we'll stop immediately. Yang Kai said angrily, I've already given it to you. Why should I swear? Is there still any law? Ji Tianqing laughed. Law? In this world, strength is the law. If you don't have strength, you can only be trampled on. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. I've learned my lesson. There was nothing more to say. They continued the chase. The golden crow's corpse was definitely not thrown away. However, it had to be said that this brat's trick was very beautiful. Although it could not change the final outcome, it at least delayed them for a while. Chapter 39:18. Half a day later, the 5 mid-grade heaven splitters suddenly raised their brows in pleasant surprise. Yuan Xiaoman said, he seems to have stopped? Red Elder's spirits were lifted. He must have run out of energy. After all, he was someone from the Emperor realm who had just condensed his Dao seal. It was quite impressive for him to be able to run for so long while being chased by mid-ranks. However, the pressure of running like this was huge. How could he keep running? Everyone's eyes lit up, and their speed suddenly increased. Madame Lan was in the lead, leaving the others far behind. Yuan Xiaoman and the others were depressed. In the void far away, Yang Kai stood still, looking at the 5 figures rushing toward him. He breathed softly, and at the same time, took out a few spirit pills and stuffed them into his mouth, refining them and regulating his breathing. Brat! Madame Lan's voice came from afar. After this, how about joining the first in? Yang Kai was so good at running, and he was proficient in the law of space. She was also fond of him. Besides, she was going to snatch the golden crow's corpse from him later. The first in had always been peaceful. Although she was snatching it under her own name this time, it was still snatched. Letting him join the first in was a form of compensation. Most importantly, Yang Kai had provoked so many powerful cultivators this time. If no one protected him, he probably wouldn't be able to survive outside the Qingquan realm. He might even die tomorrow. After snatching someone's belongings, it was only right to protect their life. Yang Kai chuckled. Join the first in? What can I do if I join the first in? I don't know how to cook. Madame Lan chuckled. You're so good at running. Just be a waiter. Yang Kai was amused. Lady boss, I appreciate your kindness, but this is not my ambition. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Madame Lan frowned. Do you know how big of a mess you've made this time? If no one protects you, how can you survive? Of course I know. Yang Kai nodded. But I'm still not used to entrusting my fate to others. Lady boss, the mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow. I'm sure we'll meet again. As he spoke, he waved at Madame Lan. Madame Lan instinctively felt that something was amiss and hurriedly shouted, Wait a moment. Why would Yang Kai wait for her? His figure flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. Damn it. Madame Lan gritted her teeth and shouted. She was so close to being able to seal off the space around Yang Kai and stop him from using that teleportation technique again. But that little bit of distance made all her efforts go to waste. With this teleportation, she was once again very far away from him. It would take a lot of effort to catch up. His good intentions were treated as ill intent. Madame Lan gritted her teeth. Her divine sense spread out like a tide, trying to find Yang Kai's location. But in the next instant, her expression changed slightly. This was because within the range of her divine sense perception, there was no sign of Yang Kai at all. That brat seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Madame Lan couldn't help but open her red lips slightly, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. It wasn't that Yang Kai hadn't used teleportation under her nose before, but there was a limit to the distance each time. Even if he used it, he couldn't escape her perception range, so she could quickly find Yang Kai's tracks and continue to pursue him. But this time, He was actually gone. How did he do it? Could it be that the brat could teleport so far away? If he had this ability, he could have shaken her off before. Why wait until now? Just as she was puzzling over this, Hong Lao and the others also caught up. They turned to look and asked, "Where is he?" Madame Lan shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Hong Lao and the others naturally didn't believe her. They released their divine sense to investigate, but none of them detected Yang Kai's aura. They were only 4th stage sky splitters. If even Madame Lan, a 6th stage sky splitter, couldn't detect him, how could they? Sister Lan, has that brat been caught by you? Yuan Xiaoman looked Madame Lan up and down, her eyes full of suspicion. Madame Lan was both angry and amused. She reached out and knocked Yuan Xiaoman's head. It would be a good thing if I had really caught him. Unfortunately, that brat isn't in my hands. Yuan Xiaoman covered her head with her hand. If he isn't, then he isn't. Why did you hit me? As the two spoke, Hong Lao suddenly formed a seal with both hands. A mysterious aura fluctuated from his body. Everyone turned to look and saw that there was a seemingly illusory red line wrapped around his fingertips. Yuan Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Soul leading silk. Hong Lao, when did you plant this? Hong Lao snorted. It was just a precaution. I didn't expect that it would really come in handy. Previously, he had attacked Yang Kai once. Although he didn't cause much damage to Yang Kai because of the distance, it was that one attack that silently captured a wisp of Yang Kai's aura and merged it into this soul-leading silk. The soul-leading silk didn't have much use, but it was extremely useful for tracking. As long as the distance wasn't too far, the soul-leading silk would be able to point in the right direction. As he spoke, Hong Lao did something. The red line flew out and slowly pointed in a direction. Everyone's eyes widened as they turned to look, because the soul-leading silk was pointing in the direction they had flown from. In other words, Yang Kai had sneaked behind them without anyone noticing. Hong Lao, did you make a mistake? This direction isn't right. Yuan Xiaoman blinked and looked at Hong Lao. Impossible. Hong Lao's expression was slightly awkward. The soul-leading silk can't be wrong. Since it's pointing in that direction, it means that Brad is indeed in that direction. But we came from that direction. If he really went that way, how could we not notice it? This didn't make sense. With their strength, they should have been able to sense some traces. Madame Lan said thoughtfully that Brad is proficient in the spatial divine technique. Previously, he only teleported, so he must be hiding something we don't know. I've heard of Hong Lao's soul-leading silk for a long time. Since the soul-leading silk is pointing, it shouldn't be wrong. Oh no. Zhang Qi's expression suddenly changed. What? Yuan Xiaoman looked over in surprise. Zhang Qi didn't look at her. He only looked at Madame Lan and said, Madame knows better than me what's in that direction. Madame Lan was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Her small mouth opened slightly. The first in. So that's what that brat was planning. Yuan Xiaoman said in surprise. He wanted to hide in the first in from the beginning? Zhang Qi smiled bitterly. Looks like it's right. No wonder he was so fearless these past few days and wasn't worried about not being able to escape. He had a plan all along. What an interesting brat. Madame Lan laughed. In this void, Madame Lan could still make a move against Yang Kai, but if Yang Kai really hid in the first in, then with the first in as its foundation, she would have to ensure his safety no matter what. No one would dare to make a move against him in the first in, not even Madame Lan. Instead, she would have to protect him and be careful that he didn't get killed. But this brat was too naive. Congratulations, Madame Lan. Zhang Qi saluted, somewhat reluctant. Ji Tianqing also sighed heavily. He knew that the brat had made a wrong move. Not only did he walk right into the trap, but he also caused them to miss the opportunity to obtain the Golden Crow's corpse. Yuan Xiaoman grabbed Madame Lan's arm and looked at her pitifully. Sister Lan, take me away. I promise I won't fight with you. I'll just watch. Madame Lan chuckled softly. She stretched out a slender, jade-like finger and tapped Yuan Xiaoman's forehead. In your dreams, she spat out. A gentle force suddenly burst from her fingertip and pushed Yuan Xiaoman away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Madame Lan said, I'll take my leave first. A white light emerged from beneath Madame Lan's feet and enveloped her. When the white light dissipated, Madame Lawn also disappeared without a trace. Ah, the Chinkuan escape technique. Yuan Xiaoman walked back, rubbing her forehead. That brat is really stupid. Doesn't he know about the Chinkuan escape technique? As long as we're still in this large territory, Sister Lawn can return to the first in any time and anywhere. Looking at him, it's obvious that he hasn't been here for long. How would he know about the Chinkuan escape technique? Zhang Qi huffed. What should we do? Yuan Xiaoman turned to look at the others. Ji Tianqing frowned and didn't say a word. He rushed in the direction of the first inn. Hong Lao also said, no matter what, it's good to watch the show. Besides, we all have the true sun gold. It's not safe to move now. Let's go to the first inn and wait. Yuan Xiaoman nodded. That's true. After exchanging a few simple words, the mid-ranks also flew towards the first inn. This time, they weren't in a hurry. There was no need to hurry. In any case, that brat Yang Kai had already walked right into their trap. With Madame Lan's strength, she shouldn't fail. They just didn't know what kind of expression he would have when he suddenly saw Madame Lan. Somewhere in the void, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared, a space spirit bead floating beside him. Reaching out to grab the space spirit bead, Yang Kai secretly sighed. After throwing out the 10 space rings to attract the attention of Madame Lan and the others, he had secretly scattered a space spirit bead. It was also thanks to the positioning of this space spirit bead that he could travel through the void and escape the range of Madame Lan and the others' divine telekinesis. At this moment, the auras that had been locked onto him all this time finally disappeared. Yang Kai knew that his method had worked, and his heart finally relaxed. Looking left and right, and confirming that he didn't see anyone else, Yang Kai determined the direction and rushed towards the first inn. Just as Yuan Xiaoman and the others had said, his initial destination was the first inn. Only there would he be safe. Otherwise, where else could he run to with a golden crow's corpse? He wouldn't be safe anywhere. As for what he should do after reaching the first inn, he could only play it by ear. At the same time, the lobby of the first inn floating in the void was quiet. Ever since the sun star had changed, the originally noisy first inn had completely quieted down. All the guests had left. Although some people had returned one after another, these people were all low-level disciples of various great forces. None of them was in the heaven-opening realm, so they naturally didn't dare to run around. At this moment, they were all resting in the side rooms, causing the waiter and the accountant behind the counter to have nothing to do. One was lying on a stool, dozing off, while the other was sleeping on a table. Chapter 39:19. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the rear courtyard, stirring up a gust of wind as it disappeared into the distance. The manservant was so frightened that he rolled off his stool, his eyes widening as he looked outside, but he couldn't see anything. Behind the counter, the accountant also raised his head, his eyes drowsy. Was that the lady boss? The manservant blinked. I don't know. I didn't see clearly. Didn't the lady boss go to the Sun Star? The accountant thought for a moment, nodded, and went back to sleep. In the void, Yang Kai's figure sped through. It had already been a day since he had shaken off those mid-rank heaven splitters, and he was getting closer and closer to the first tower. But for some reason, Yang Kai kept having an uneasy feeling, as if something bad was about to happen to him. Yang Kai didn't dare to ignore this kind of feeling, so he was extremely careful as he flew, paying attention to the situation in the void at all times, preparing for the unexpected. But after careful observation, there was no danger at all. Let alone those mid-rank heaven splitters he had shaken off. Even those low-rank heaven splitters were nowhere to be seen. He suspected that he was being overly nervous. After all, what he had done this time was like poking a hornet's nest, offending many forces. What should he do in the future? Yang Kai was really worried. After flying for a long time, Yang Kai's mind shook as he saw the first tower in the distance. He had finally arrived. Yang Kai let out a long breath, secretly deciding that the first thing he would do when he arrived at the first tower was to take a bath, change into clean clothes, and then have a good rest. Who cares what was happening outside? In any case, the golden crow's corpse was in his hands. When the time came, he would wait for a good price and make a windfall. Just as he relaxed, Yang Kai's hairs stood on end. He turned his head to a certain spot in the void and roared, "Who is it?" As he spoke, he clapped his hands together and a massive moon blade slashed out. A slender jade-like hand appeared out of thin air and pinched the moon blade with incomparable precision. Space principles danced between those slender fingers, but they were unable to harm the moon blade in the slightest. With just a slight exertion of force, the moon blade shattered and dissipated. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine. This was the first time he had seen someone block his moonblade with their bare hands. No matter who this person was, his strength was definitely unfathomable. He was undefeatable. Just as he was about to cast a spell to escape, the space around him suddenly froze, and the laws of space became obscure. "I can't leave." Sweat dripped down Yang Kai's forehead as he watched a graceful figure slowly materialize in the void and appear in front of him. After seeing the man's face, Yang Kai's mouth opened so wide that a fist could fit in it. He couldn't believe his eyes. The person smiled sweetly. Her blue dress accentuated the curves of her delicate body. She seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Kai's reaction. Her smile was so sweet that it was scary. "You." Yang Kai looked at her hesitantly and frowned. "You're Madame Lan's twin sister?" If that wasn't the case, there was no way to explain why Madame Lan would stop him here. Even if she was a 6th-grade heaven splitter, there was no way she could have returned to the first inn before him and concealed her aura to wait here for his arrival. The lady boss smiled even more happily. "I am Madame Lan. Madame Lan is me. I don't have a twin sister." Impossible. Yang Kai definitely wouldn't believe such nonsense. He looked around vigilantly and made a final struggle. "What are you doing here?" "I want to return to the first inn. Please make way." Madame Lan smiled slightly. "You know better than me what I'm doing here. Kid, hand over the item. My previous offer is still valid, and I'll give you enough compensation." Yang Kai really looked like he had seen a ghost this time. He looked her up and down. "You're really Madame Lan?" Madame Lan said angrily, "How could I be fake?" "But you, why do you care so much?" "Anyway, I'm here now. Don't even think about returning to the first inn. I don't want to bully the weak. You'd better cooperate obediently." Yang Kai gritted his teeth in grief and indignation. "You're blocking my way, and you're saying you don't want to bully the weak? Madame Lan, you're so shameless." Madame Lan's expression darkened. "Brat, who are you calling shameless? If I were, why would I waste so much time talking to you? I would have killed you long ago." After he finished speaking, he calmed his tone and continued, "Yang Kai, it's not a good thing for you to have the Golden Crow's corpse. You also saw the situation before. Even if you can enter the first inn, do you think you can hide there forever? Such a treasure can only be protected by powerful strength. If you're not strong enough, it'll only be a curse to your death. Those you met before were only a few heaven splitters. Now that news of the Sun Star and the Golden Crow's divine palace has spread, those who come might not be just heaven splitters, but heaven splitters. They might not be as easy to talk to as I am." Yang Kai frowned. How could he not know that Madame Lan was right? Moreover, as Madame Lan had said, if she wanted to, she could have attacked him right here. With her heaven splitter's 6th-rank strength, there was no way he could have stopped her. However, she didn't use force, and instead tried to persuade him nicely. From this point of view, Madame Lan's character was still decent. Think about it carefully, but you don't have much time to think. I'll wait for you here. Tell me your answer when you've thought it through." Madame Lan sighed, looking at Yang Kai with some pity. This was the tragedy of not being strong enough. Even if he obtained something good, he might not be able to keep it. Yang Kai shook his head. "There's no need to think about it." Madame Lan frowned. "And your answer?" "I appreciate Madame Lan's kindness, but I've never been used to being forced to do anything. If Madame Lan wants the Golden Crow's corpse, then just come and get it yourself." Madame Lan laughed at his words, tilting her head to look at him. "Are you sure you want me to do it? Come." Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He was unafraid of death. Madame Lan took a deep breath, her full breasts rising and falling. Her red lips parted slightly. "Don't worry. Although you didn't do it willingly, I'll make it up to you." These words were said with great sincerity. As soon as she finished speaking, Her hand reached out to grab Yang Kai. Right at this moment, a great sense of danger suddenly rose in her heart. In her shock, Madame Lan instinctively activated her own strength, turning it into a defense. At the same time, she heard Yang Kai laugh loudly. "Be careful, Madame Lan." When the golden light shone brightly, her vision was blurred. Suddenly, she heard a gurgling sound beside her ear, and a terrifying aura of violence descended from the sky. In the investigation of her divine telekinesis, a huge phantom of a golden rooster appeared in front of her, looking down at her condescendingly, its eyes full of indifference. "Mia-Ming!" Madame Lan cried out. She quickly retreated, almost vomiting blood in anger. Previously, in the main hall of the Golden Crow Palace, Mia-Ming's divine technique had appeared once, dealing the final blow to the Golden Crow and killing it. Immediately after, Yang Kai appeared, snatched the Golden Crow's corpse, and fled. Although she vaguely guessed that Mia-Ming's divine technique had something to do with Yang Kai, this kind of thing had always been a life-saving trump card. No one would have too many of them. Who knew that Yang Kai could activate Mia-Ming's divine technique? Even at her peak, Madame Lan could only retreat in the face of Mia-Ming's divine technique. Moreover, she was injured before, and chasing after Yang Kai had consumed a lot of energy. Even now, she still hadn't recovered. Therefore, when she sensed Mia-Ming's divine technique approaching, Madame Lan immediately retreated. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Mia-Ming stretched his neck and pecked in Madame Lan's direction. This simple action contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Madame Lan cried out in pain. Light flashed wildly on her body, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura instantly dropped drastically. Fortunately, she retreated in time, and with Yang Kai's reminder, her life wasn't in danger. Turning her head, she saw Yang Kai's figure flickering as he rapidly approached the first house. It looked like he was about to rush into the first house. Madame Lan was so angry that she laughed. She reached out and slapped her palm in that direction. "Stinking brat, you still want to run." Yang Kai, who was running forward, felt a terrifying force coming at him from behind. He didn't even have time to turn around and block before he was hit. In an instant, his back went numb, and all the bones in his body cracked. He cursed loudly and used this force to plunge headfirst into the first house. He landed heavily on the floor with a loud boom. In the main hall, the servant and the accountant who were dozing off were startled. They quickly raised their heads and looked around. Soon, the servant noticed Yang Kai lying motionless on the floor. He vaguely felt that this figure was somewhat familiar. He came to his side and turned him over, revealing a surprised expression. "Yang Kai?" Blood flowed out of Yang Kai's mouth. He coughed violently and waved his hand vigorously. The servant smiled and crouched down. He reached out and poked Yang Kai twice. "Sir, why have you returned?" Yang Kai had just caught his breath. After being poked twice, he coughed again, looking like he was about to die. Madame Lan's palm strike just now was not something he could withstand. The strength of a sixth-rank sky splitter was really too strong. Grabbing the servant's arm, Yang Kai glared and said, "Stop, stop, stop. I didn't do anything." "Stop, stop," the servant said in shock. "Stop? This is a shady inn. Are you sure you want to stay? I remember that when someone left last time, he said that he would never come back here again." Yang Kai's eyes widened. He thought for a moment. He really did say that. He forced a smile and said through clenched teeth, "Stop." The servant turned to look at the accountant. "Do we still have an empty room?" The accountant poked his head out from behind the counter and looked at Yang Kai. He understood. "Yes, but we only have the best room left." The servant looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "The best room? Do you want to stay? If you do, it's 1,000 spiritual pills per night. You have to pay first." The price was directly twice as expensive, and he still dared to say that this wasn't a shady inn. Yang Kai reached out and slapped a space ring on the servant's hand. "Don't talk nonsense. Damn you." At this time, even if it was 10,000 spiritual pills per night, he still had to stay. In this vast universe, there was nowhere else to go besides the first inn. Chapter 39:20. You still have the strength to curse. The waiter stood up happily and threw the interspatial ring on the counter. He signaled the cashier to book a room and asked Yang Kai, "Who hurt you? How did you get hurt like this?" "A crazy woman." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "Who are you cursing, you brat?" A figure walked in from the door. Her face was slightly pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. "Lady Boss?" The waiter was shocked. "What happened to you?" He was very clear about the Lady Boss's strength. Looking at the few large regions nearby, who could hurt her? And the way she looked at Yang Kai, he felt something was wrong. Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, "I'll curse whoever hit me." Originally, they had arrived safely. Who would have thought that they would be injured by someone in the end? They even wasted a golden annihilation plume. Who could they complain to? The Lady Boss was also enraged, an astonishing murderous aura gushing out from her tender body as she stepped towards Yang Kai step by step, grinning, "Little brat, your courage isn't small." The waiter stepped forward and said anxiously, "Please calm down, Lady Boss. Don't ruin your reputation." As the Lady Boss, if she attacked a guest here, the reputation of the first hotel that had been maintained for many years would be ruined. Madame Lan frowned and stopped in her tracks. She stared at Yang Kai fiercely for a while and suddenly laughed. Yang Kai said angrily, "What are you laughing at? Be careful not to laugh until your teeth fall out." Madame Lan waved her hand and walked to the side and sat down with a smile on her face. Although she was hurt by Yang Kai in a moment of carelessness, it was rare that someone from the Emperor realm could do this under her nose. Compared to her own injuries, the Lady Boss was more interested in Yang Kai. In this vast world of 3,000 worlds, there was probably no one from the Emperor realm who could do what this brat did in the past few days. As if alarmed by the Lady Boss's momentum, several figures appeared at the top of the stairs on the second floor. The leader was Ming Hong from the Great Moon Prefecture, followed by Lao Fong, Dai Yu, Ah Sun, and others. They came to the first hotel in advance under Wei Kei's order to send a message to the headquarters of the Great Moon Prefecture, so they appeared here at this time. They immediately saw Yang Kai lying on the floor in a mess. Ming Hong was shocked and was about to come up to check, but Yang Kai hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Don't come here." Ming Hong was puzzled, but he stopped. "Pretend not to know me." Yang Kai told Ming Hong and Dai Yu and the others and then looked away. Yang Kai didn't say anything and let him help him upstairs. When they passed by Madame Lan, she said leisurely, "Come to me when you've made up your mind." For her to be able to say such words at this time was truly rare. Yang Kai also calmed down and nodded, "Many thanks for Madame's kindness. I had no choice but to act before. I ask for Madame's forgiveness." Madame Lan waved her hand and didn't say anything more. He followed the servant into the room. It was not the best room, but it was no different from the one he stayed in before. Anyway, it was twice as expensive. The servant helped him sit down and said, "Call me if you need anything. I'll go do my work." Yang Kai nodded. After the servant left, Yang Kai took out a few elixirs and stuffed them into his mouth. Before he could refine them, he heard a soft knock on the door. He got up with difficulty. When he opened the door, Meng Hong led Lao Fong and the others in. Dai Yu asked with concern, "Yang Kai, are you okay? Are you badly hurt?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "It's not that bad. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Madame Lan had been merciful with that strike and didn't want to kill him. However, Madame Lan had also underestimated his physical fitness. She hadn't made him lose his mobility and had even allowed him to use the force to rush into the first room. If it had been someone else from the Emperor realm, they wouldn't have been able to move after that strike. They would have been lying there and waiting to be slaughtered. With his current physical fitness, this kind of injury looked terrible, but in reality, it wasn't that serious. Lao Fong said angrily, "Who was it that hurt you? Tell me, brother. I'll avenge you right now." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Let's not talk about that." Lao Fong said, "Brother, are you looking down on me? Although I'm not strong enough, I still have some guts. I'll avenge you even if I have to give up this lowly life of mine." Yang Kai looked at him emotionally. "Lao Fong, since you've said so, I'll tell you the truth. This injury wasn't caused by anyone but Madame Lan. Go out and beat her up for me right now." "Lan? Madame Lan?" Lao Fong was stunned. Which Madame Lan? The first room's Madame Lan. Lao Fong swallowed hard and coughed lightly. He patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, "Brother, if you survive a great disaster, you're bound for good fortune in the future. As long as you're still alive, you won't have to worry about firewood. I think we should plan for revenge at length. But then again, how did you suddenly disappear in that sun star? We were so worried. We looked for you there for a long time, but we still couldn't find you." Xiao Dai and Ah Sun were crying so hard. "Ouch, why did you pinch me?" Yang Kai said bitterly, "It's a long story. I've troubled you all." Meng Hong frowned. "How did you provoke Madame Lan? Why did she hurt you?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Senior Wei and Senior Tao should come to the first room soon. You can ask them then." It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to tell them, but it was useless to tell them. On the contrary, it would make them worry. As for whether Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang would tell them or not, it was not something he could control. With a serious expression, he said, "I may be in some trouble recently, so you must pretend that you don't know me in this inn. Otherwise, it's very likely that you'll get into trouble." As soon as he said this, Meng Hong immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He nodded and said, "If there's anything my Great Moon Province can help with, please don't hesitate to ask." "Thank you in advance, Brother Meng." Yang Kai cupped his hands. After exchanging a few more words, Meng Hong and the others said their goodbyes. Kai Yang also needed to heal himself, so it was not convenient for them to disturb him. Before leaving, Meng Hong also left behind a bottle of healing pills for Kai Yang. After closing the door, Yang Kai focused on healing and ignored the outside world. Although the healing pills left by Meng Hong were not very high-level goods, they were, after all, outside of the universe. They were better than the pills Yang Kai brought from the astral boundary. After a few days, his injuries were basically healed. Over the past few days, the first inn had become extremely lively. First, a few middle ranks came one after another to ask about the situation. They learned that Yang Kai had indeed come to the first room, and that he had come with injuries. They entered the inn right after Madame Lan, and they all looked bored. Since Yang Kai was injured, it meant that Madame Lan had attacked him. Since Madame Lan had attacked him, the Golden Crow's corpse had most likely been snatched by Madame Lan. Even if they came, they couldn't help. They secretly cursed this brat for being so nosy and running around, but in the end, he still walked right into the trap. Then, the lower ranks who survived on Sun's star also arrived at the first room one after another. Previously, they chased after Yang Kai, but they couldn't keep up with his speed. Gradually, they lost their target and had no direction, so they could only go to the first room. After all, their disciples were all waiting in the first room. When they arrived at the first room, they found out that the middle ranks, as well as the Emperor Realm who had snatched the Golden Crow's corpse, were also in the first room. They were all very surprised. But after thinking about it carefully, they all understood Yang Kai's intentions and plans, and could vaguely guess what would happen next. In a side room, Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang sat across a table from each other. Meng Hong and the others stood in front of them, reporting what they had seen and heard. After listening, Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang looked at each other. The former smiled and said, "That brat is really lucky. He didn't even die. Although he saved his life, he's still in trouble." Tao Rongfang sighed. Meng Hong said, "Uncle Masters, what exactly happened on Sunstar? Why did junior brother Yang get into a conflict with Madame Lan and get injured by her?" Wei Kei pondered for a moment. He didn't want to say anything, but he also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. Even if he didn't say anything, the matter of Sunstar would probably spread like wildfire. At that time, the disciples below would also know. He immediately gave a simple explanation of what had happened in the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Meng Hong and the others were dumbfounded. Old Fong said in shock, "Uncle Master Wei, you're saying that Yang Kai snatched the corpse of a mature golden crow in front of a group of heaven-splitting cultivators and then ran away?" If Wei Kei hadn't said it so seriously, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Tao Rongfang nodded. "That's right. At that time, a group of heaven-splitting cultivators was chasing after him. Who knew that he would run so fast? Us low ranks were shaken off. Only a few middle ranks chased after him. As for what happened after that, We don't know. Old Fong and the others looked at each other. Although they hadn't personally experienced it, they could still imagine how dangerous Yang Kai's journey back had been. Just how bold did he have to be to snatch food from the tiger's mouth in front of a group of heaven-splitting cultivators? Most importantly, he had actually succeeded. Wei Kei looked at Old Fong and asked, "Does Yang Kai have some kind of secret treasure on him that can hide his body?" Previously, in the main hall of the Golden Crow Divine Palace, Yang Kai had clearly been hiding his body the entire time. If it weren't for the Golden Crow being attacked at the last moment, he wouldn't have revealed himself. Old Fong hesitated for a moment. The main reason was that this was Yang Kai's secret, and he couldn't expose it. Wei Kei saw this and said, "I was just asking casually. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it." "Thank you for your understanding, Uncle Master Wei," Old Fong said gratefully. However, he also knew that even if he didn't say anything, those heaven-splitting cultivators would have their guesses. Right now, there's something that's a bit unclear. Tao Rongfong frowned. Is that Golden Crow corpse on Yang Kai, or was it snatched away by Madame Lan? Chapter 39-21. Logically speaking, since Yang Kai was injured by Madame Lan, he would not be able to keep the three-legged crow's body. There was a high possibility that Madame Lan had already gotten it. However, it was not good to ask. Madame Lan would definitely not tell them. If they asked Yang Kai, they were afraid that Yang Kai would misunderstand. Wei Kei shook his head and said with a wry smile, "No matter who has the three-legged crow's body, it has nothing to do with the Great Moon Province." When the three-legged crow palace appeared, he realized that the matter of the sun's star had become serious. He immediately ordered a group of disciples to return to the first inn and wait for orders. He also sent a message to the headquarters. He wanted to use all the forces of the Great Moon Province to get a share of the loot, but the appearance of the three-legged crow completely disrupted his plan. This kind of treasure was not something that the Great Moon Province was qualified to covet, and not any third-class force could participate in it. Even those second-class forces could not. Forcibly participating would only end in tragedy. Those who were qualified to fight for the three-legged crow's body were only those first-class forces and the blessed enclaves. Moreover, although the Great Moon Province did not gain much from the Sun Star this time, it was not a small amount either. They had obtained several portions of the true Sunfire, including one of the fifth-class flames. It was already a fruitful trip. As long as they could digest this time's harvest, the Great Moon Province would definitely have another fourth-class heaven-splitting expert. By then, the overall strength of the Great Moon Province would improve, and he and Tao Rongfong's hard work would not be in vain. By the way, martial uncles. Meng Hong suddenly seemed to remember something. He cupped his fists and said, "There's one more thing to report to you. When junior brother Yang returned to the first inn with injuries, I wanted to help him, but he stopped me. He even deliberately transmitted a voice message to us, telling us to pretend not to know him. Is junior brother Yang afraid of causing trouble for us?" Wei Kei heard this and raised his eyebrows. "He transmitted a voice message to you to pretend not to know him?" "Yes." Meng Hong nodded. Tao Rongfong pondered and said, "He can still think of this at that time. This boy is indeed meticulous. No wonder he can snatch food from the tiger's mouth." Meng Hong was puzzled. "Martial Uncle Tao, you mean," Tao Rongfong said, "just as you guessed. Yang Kai must be afraid that you'll bring trouble to yourselves, so he asked you to pretend that you don't know each other. After all, he has made a big mess this time and offended many forces. If people find out that he has close ties with people from the Great Moon Province, the Great Moon Province will be in constant trouble. He's doing this for the sake of the Great Moon Province." Old Fong frowned. "But we came here with Brother Yang and stayed in the first inn for several months. Someone must have seen us with him before, so it's useless to pretend we don't know him now." Wei Kei said, "So the few of you shouldn't show yourselves in the near future, so as to avoid being targeted by people with ill intentions. As long as no one discovers you, there shouldn't be any problems." Old Fong and Dai Yu looked at each other and nodded. Understood. After talking for a while, Wei Kei asked the disciples to leave. When only he and Tao Rongfong were left in the room, he suddenly said, "What do you think, junior sister?" Tao Rongfong said, "That boy is bold and careful, and most importantly, kind. He is a good seedling." Then she smiled bitterly and said, It's a pity that he has no fate with the Great Moon Province. Wei Kei was silent for a long time before he sighed. It seems that Junior's sister thinks the same as me. Yang Kai had caused so much trouble this time that the Great Moon Province was unable to provide him with a strong shelter. Therefore, the previous proposal of accepting him into the Great Moon Province was likely to fall through. It wasn't that Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang didn't keep their words, but as heaven-opening realm masters, they had to consider the other disciples of the Great Moon Province. It didn't matter if they took Yang Kai in, but who could deal with the trouble that followed? At that time, the whole Great Moon Province would be in trouble. He saved our lives. Tao Rongfang looked at Wei Kei leisurely. In that hall, if it weren't for Yang Kai's timely warning, she and Wei Kei might not have been able to survive until now. Now that Yang Kai was in trouble, they couldn't do anything, which made Tao Rongfang very unhappy. Wei Kei blushed. Think of a way to compensate him. If possible, it's best to secretly help him escape to another large territory and conceal his identity. That's the only way. There's one more thing. What does Junior's sister think? Wei Kei asked. Tao Rongfang looked at him and said, "The Golden Crow's corpse?" Wei Kei nodded. Tao Rongfang said, "I thought that the Golden Crow's corpse was most likely stolen by Madame Lan, but now it seems that it's not impossible that the corpse is in Yang Kai's hands." Wei Kei smiled. "Why do you say that?" Tao Rongfang looked at him reproachfully. "Big brother, are you testing me?" Wei Kei raised a hand. "We're just chatting. I want to know if Junior's sister thinks the same as me." Tao Rongfang said, "If the Golden Crow's corpse was really stolen by Madame Lan, then Yang Kai would be fine and wouldn't have to specially send a message to Meng Hong. But he still did, which means that he has some misgivings. His misgivings are none other than that his own troubles will implicate others, which also indirectly confirms the fact that the Golden Crow's corpse is in his hands. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the Golden Crow's corpse has already been stolen by Madame Lan, and he's just being careful." Wei Kei smiled and said, "Junior's sister is indeed intelligent." Tao Rongfang rolled her eyes at him, a little flirtatious. "Big brother thinks so too?" Wei Kei nodded. "Yes, now even I don't know who has the Golden Crow's corpse. But no matter who has it, it has nothing to do with us." In the side room, the servant brought in some food and exchanged toasts with Yang Kai. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, both of them were a little tipsy. Speaking of which, although Yang Kai had lived here for 4 months before, he had never asked the servant's name. He had always called him Little Second Brother. Now that they were chatting, he knew the servant's name. The servant's name was Simple, surnamed Bai, and his first name was Chi. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. "Tell me, what do you want? Did the lady boss send you to find out my background?" Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes as he ate. Bai Chi chuckled, picked up the wine pot, and filled Yang Kai's cup, saying, "How could that be? If the lady boss really wanted to find out your background, why would she go through so much trouble? The Firstin doesn't have any information. Just ask around and she'll know where you come from." "Then tell me where I come from?" Yang Kai had an expression of disbelief. Bai Chi looked at him. "Do you really want to say it?" "Say it. Let's see what you have to say." Bai Chi put down the wine pot and sat up straight, saying, "Then I'll say it. My name is Yang Kai, and I'm at the peak of the Emperor realm. A year ago, I jumped out from an unknown world and was received by the Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector Venerable Duan Hai. I entered the 7 Openings Land and worked as a servant in the Fire Spirit Land, taking care of the fruit trees for half a year. Later, the 7 Openings Land experienced an unforeseen event and powerful enemies invaded. During the chaos, I took the opportunity to escape. There were 3 people with me, 1 man and 2 women, Fang Biki, Daiyu, and Asun. Am I right?" Yang Kai stared at him. How many spies does the Firstin have outside? He was just a nobody, yet the Firstin could find out so much about him. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this force was. Bai Chi chuckled. "I also know that you've condensed the power of the 5 elements wood." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. "What else?" "Also, on the Sun Star, you stole food from the tiger's mouth and played a bunch of heaven-opening realm cultivators." "Haha." Yang Kai forced a chuckle and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Firstin wasn't omniscient. At the very least, They hadn't inquired about his relationship with Old Man Su, nor did they know about the quality of his wood force. What they knew was only superficial information, but even so, it was enough to shock them. Tell me, what happened on the Sun Star? How did you get the Golden Crow's corpse? Why don't you just ask the lady boss? Why are you asking me? Yang Kai grumbled. Just the mention of the Golden Crow's corpse made him angry. If it weren't for the lady boss stopping him, he definitely would have returned to the First Inn unscathed. He wouldn't have had to suffer that palm strike. The lady boss has been in a bad mood these days. Wouldn't I be asking for a beating if I asked her? Bai Qi said bitterly. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to him, but after thinking about it, he said, "There's something I don't understand. If you can tell me, I can tell you about what happened on the Sun Star." Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at him warily. "What do you want to ask?" Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, it's not a secret. If it's a secret, you can choose not to tell me." Bai Qi nodded. "Then you can ask." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "I clearly left Lady Boss far away, and I'm sure that even with her 6th stage heaven-splitting strength, she can't catch up to me. So why did she return to the First Inn one step ahead of me? Why is she waiting outside the First Inn?" This was something he couldn't figure out after thinking about it for several days. Unless the lady boss also had something like the space spirit bead, there was no way to explain it. Bai Qi was amused. "Is that what you want to ask? You know the reason?" Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh, slamming the table. "Were you chased to a corner at that time, so you wanted to come to the First Inn to avoid the limelight? You thought that as long as you entered the First Inn, no one would dare to do anything to you. So after leaving the lady boss behind, you went straight to the First Inn?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. He did think so at that time. After all, he really had nowhere to go at that time, and the First Inn was the only safe place. Ha 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 ha. Bai Qi laughed so hard that he leaned forward and back, tears almost coming out of his eyes. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, wishing he could take out the black dragon spear and stab him to death. As if feeling Yang Kai's coldness, Bai Qi restrained his smile with difficulty, took a sip of wine, and said, "Have you heard of the Chinquan escape method?" "Chinquan escape method?" Yang Kai frowned. "What's that?" He really hadn't heard of this thing, but looking at Bai Qi's expression, Yang Kai could also infer that the reason the lady boss returned to the First Inn in advance and waited outside for him had a lot to do with this Chinquan escape method. Chapter 39:22. Bai Qi explained, "The 3,000 worlds are vast and spacious. Even if it's an upper-grade heaven splitter, it's not easy to rush from one place to another. It'll definitely take a lot of time, but how can a cultivator like us have so much time to squander? If we have the time to travel, we might as well study secret techniques and practice cultivation techniques. That's why there's a secret technique called the Qian Kuren escape technique. This secret technique has no other use except for traveling. For example, our First Inn has the Qian Kuren escape seal, which has the lady boss's mark. As long as the lady boss is still in this large territory, no matter where she is, she can instantly return to the First Inn with just a thought. This is the Qian Kuren escape technique." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "It's so magical?" He thought to himself, "Isn't this the same effect as my space spirit bead?" Wherever the space spirit bead was located, he could go to the location of the space spirit bead with just a thought. It was similar to the Qian Kuren escape technique. It was the same principle as the space formation. However, in comparison, his space spirit bead was more convenient than the space formation, and it seemed to have its own advantages and disadvantages with the Qian Kuren escape technique. "It's just that magical." Bai Qi chuckled. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "So, Madame Lan relied on the Qian Kuren escape technique to rush back to the First Inn before me?" At this time, he also understood. He thought his previous actions were brilliant, but in Madame Lan's eyes, he was walking into a trap. He was very depressed. Fortunately, the Golden Crow's corpse was not taken away, or he would have vomited blood. "Also, I'll give you a piece of information for free." Bai Qi looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "In the 3,000 worlds, there's a place called the Qian Kuren Palace. Every large territory has a Qian Kuren Palace, more or less. Some large territory has 4 or 5 Qian Kuren Palaces, and some only have one. As long as you spend some heaven splitter pills and leave your aura in the Qian Kuren Palace, You can travel through these Qiankuren palaces at will. Space array. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Bai Qi smiled and said, "That's right. However, there is a limit to the distance that can be teleported using the laws of space. The Qiankuan escape technique is different. As long as your body can withstand it, you can instantly go to the Qiankuan palace where you left your mark no matter how far you are in the same territory." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. This is very convenient. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely go and see it for myself. Which faction does the Universal Temple belong to? Bai Qi said, "It does not belong to any faction. The Heavenly Palace was jointly built by the 36 Paradises and 72 Blessed Lands. Every Heavenly Palace is guarded by the disciples of those Paradises, so it is absolutely not allowed to fight inside. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of all the Paradises." Yang Kai was shocked. That Universal Temple was built by the joint efforts of all the blessed and blessed Paradises? However, when he thought about it carefully, this was not surprising. No faction would be at ease in the hands of any faction, and no faction could control it alone. It was common sense for the 36 Paradises and 72 Blessed Lands to jointly control it. However, from what Bai Qi said, if he ran into trouble in the future, he could go to the Universal Temple to hide. Now can you tell me what happened on the Sun Star? Since they had agreed before, Yang Kai naturally would not go back on his word. He immediately recounted his experiences on the Sun Star. Bai Qi was dazzled and amazed. He was not surprised that Yang Kai had been able to conceal himself under the noses of a group of heaven opening realm masters. This kind of thing could be done as long as one had a suitable artifact. Instead, he was very interested in how Yang Kai had escaped the pursuit of those heaven-opening realm masters. Yang Kai simply said that this king was proficient in the space principles and was especially skilled at escaping. In any case, this was not a secret. Previously, when he was being pursued by Madame Lan and the others, who knew how many times he had teleported. After chatting for a long time, Bai Qi said drunkenly, "That's all for today. I'm going back to work. Quite a few people have come to the first and recently, so you'd best be careful. They're probably all coming for you." Watching Bai Qi leave, Yang Kai wore a worried expression. Opening the wish pouch, Yang Kai took a look inside. The golden crow's corpse was still there. He had obtained this hot potato, but how to deal with it now was a troublesome matter. However, no matter what, this kind of good thing could definitely be sold for a good price. At the very least, he would be able to make up for the 2 destruction golden feathers he had lost. If there was no other way, he would go and exchange it for a 7th grade Sun True Gold. In any case, his original target was the 7th grade Sun True Gold. When the time came and he condensed the 5 elements fire attribute, no one would have any ideas about him anymore. Moreover, hiding in this room was not a solution. He could not hide here forever. Although he still had some heaven-opening pills, they would not last for long. After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai got up, pushed open the door, and went straight downstairs. Going downstairs, Yang Kai looked around and saw that the lobby was very noisy. The original 7 or 8 tables had become more than a dozen, but the supply still could not meet the demand. The whole lobby could be said to be overcrowded. Bai Qi ran around with a few dishes in her hands. When she raised her head and saw Yang Kai, she was shocked. "Why did you come down? Why can't I come down?" Yang Kai sneered. As soon as he said this, the noise in the whole lobby suddenly fell silent. After a series of swishing sounds, pairs of eyes looked over, and waves of divine senses also swept over without reservation. In an instant, Yang Kai felt like a little white sheep that had mistakenly entered a wolf's den. All the hair on his body stood on end, and he did not feel any sense of security at all. Bai Qi gave him a thumbs up, looking like he had guts. Then, she lowered her head and went to work. Yang Kai looked around, and really did see quite a few familiar faces. The few mid-level heaven-opening cultivators who had chased after him earlier, apart from Madame Lan, were all here. Waves of divine senses intertwined and drifted, and pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai with malice. The whole lobby was silent, but everyone felt as if a storm was about to come. The cultivator with slightly lower strength could not help but gulp, and their eyes looked towards the door, as if looking for a way to leave. Just as swords were about to be drawn, a door on the second floor opened with a bang, and Madame Lan walked out. Her phoenix eyes swept down, and her gaze fixed on Yang Kai. She snorted softly, and then leaned against the armrest, took out a handful of something that looked like melon seeds, and nimbly began to munch on them. Yang Kai chuckled. He knew that since Madame Lan had shown up, no one would dare to make a move against him here. Madame Lan had probably also sensed that the atmosphere below was not right, so she purposely showed up to suppress the situation. The lobby was full, and there were no seats. Yang Kai looked around, and then walked straight to a table. There were 3 people sitting at this table. A handsome young man, 2 old men with deep auras, and behind the young man stood a charming woman in revealing clothes. Behind the 2 old men stood a group of disciples, clearly from the same force. The young man's strength was not high, and he should have only condensed a Dao seal, while the 2 old men were both heaven-opening cultivators. The young man was originally looking at Yang Kai with disdain, but when he saw that he was actually walking straight towards him, he could not help but frown, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do. "Brother, we meet again, what a coincidence." Yang Kai greeted him cheerfully. "If you don't mind, let's sit together." After saying that, he did not wait for the other party's agreement and directly sat down opposite him. The young man was a little confused. "Who are you?" Yang Kai's face was full of enthusiasm. "Friend, you really are a person of great importance with short memories. Didn't we meet on the way to Sun Star?" This was not nonsense. The 2 of them had indeed met before. At that time, Yang Kai, Daiyu, and the others were on the way to Sun Star, and the large ship this young man was on crashed into them from behind, almost injuring them. After that, he returned to invite Daiyu and Asun to board, but Yang Kai refused. At that time, he did not know which force they were from, but after seeing the jade slip Menghong gave him, he found out that they were from Buan Prefecture. After Yang Kai's reminder, the young man came to a realization. "It's you." After saying that, his face darkened. "Who allowed you to sit down?" Scram. Yang Kai did not mind and chuckled. "There's no place to sit. You just happen to have an empty seat here. Why don't you share a table? Why are you being so stingy?" The young man still wanted to say something when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. There were many divine senses on his body that were carefully examining him. Turning his head, he saw that the several mid-rank heaven-opening masters in the lobby were all looking at him suspiciously, causing his face to pale. He did not know how he had attracted their attention. The 2 heaven-opening realm old men at the same table also noticed that something was wrong. One of them winked at the young man while the other looked at Yang Kai and quickly said, "We'll leave this table to you, let's go." As he said this, he stood up. The young man seemed to be a little reluctant, but he was forcibly pulled away by the other old man. The group did not linger, paying the bill and directly leaving the first inn. A moment later, on the large ship, the young man's face was gloomy. "Who is that guy?" The 2 old men behind him exchanged a glance before one of them said, "Young master, that person is the one who stole the Golden Crow's corpse." The young man was shocked. "What? He stole the Golden Crow's corpse and then safely escaped back to the first inn?" "That's right, it's him." "Then why are we afraid of him?" the young man asked in a low voice. That guy had only come to share a table, yet they had to leave with their tails between their legs. It was as if they were afraid of him, making him feel a little embarrassed. The old man said, "We're not afraid of him, but there's no need to tangle with him at this time. The Golden Crow's corpse is very important, and when the time comes, the first inn will definitely stir up a storm. It's best if Arbuan Prefecture doesn't get involved." The other old man also nodded, "Yes." The young man's expression darkened. Although he knew they were right, he was still somewhat unwilling. As if seeing through his thoughts, the old man from before said, "Young master, don't worry, that brat won't be able to live for much longer." The young man asked, "What do you mean?" The old man sneered, "Trying to stir up a storm with such insignificant strength, he'll definitely die without a complete corpse." Chapter 39-23. As soon as the Buan province group left, Yuan Xiaoman wrapped herself in a fragrant wind and sat down on Yang Kai's left side, looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai called Bai Qi over and pointed at the leftovers in front of him, saying coldly, "Take them away and serve another table." Bai Qi glared. This guy had just been exchanging drinks with him in the room, calling him brother, and now he was ordering him around like a waiter. What kind of person was this? But there was nothing he could do. After all, this was what he did. He obediently removed the things on the table and went to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. 3 other people stood up at the same time. One was an old man with a ruddy complexion, with a fat head and big ears. One was a man in martial arts clothes with a cold expression, and one was a scholar with a round fan in his hand. They went straight to this table and sat down. This table was immediately full. The 4 middle-ranked Kaitians stared straight at Yang Kai. To be honest, there was some pressure, but Yang Kai was not afraid. The lady boss was still watching from the 2nd floor. Who would dare to be presumptuous here? Madame Lan was obviously aware of this as well, and her expression was extremely disgusted. However, when it came to business, the First In's reputation could not be tarnished. "Little brother, you're really something." Yuan Xiaoman was the first to speak. She looked at Yang Kai with great interest, as if she had found a new toy. "You even ran back here. You're amazing." Yang Kai tilted his head and glanced at her. His gaze paused on her towering breasts for a moment, and he grinned. "What's your name?" "Yuan Xiaoman." After that, she pointed at the others and introduced them to Yang Kai one by one. It was only now that Yang Kai knew where these guys who had been chasing him for many days came from and what their names were. "Little brother, are you interested in joining my catoptric deflection? You look like a newcomer outside of Qianquan, right? In a place like this, it's not easy for newcomers to stand out. Having help and not help are 2 different things." Yang Kai asked curiously, "How do you know I'm a newcomer?" The first hotel was able to find out about him because that was what they did. There was no reason for Yuan Xiaoman to know about him, and he shouldn't have revealed any flaws. Yuan Xiaoman covered her mouth and giggled. "You don't even know the Qianquan escape technique, and you came to the first stall to walk right into the trap. How dare you say you're not a newbie?" Yang Kai's face darkened when he heard this. This was definitely the greatest humiliation of his life, a stain on his path of cultivation. But no one had ever told him about the Qianquan escape technique in a place like the Qiqiao lands, so how could he possibly know about its mysteries? When he saw Madame Lan at that time, he thought that she was a twin. "Brat, this old man will only ask you one question. You'd better answer honestly, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." The fat Hong Lao suddenly snorted coldly. Yang Kai squinted at him. "Then don't waste your energy. I won't tell you anything. You're courting death." Boss Red was furious. Yang Kai slammed the table and stood up abruptly. He glared at Hong Lao and said, "Try me." Hong Lao jumped in fright and stared at him dumbfoundedly. He didn't expect Yang Kai to have such a big reaction. For a moment, he stood there in a daze, unable to back down. On the 2nd floor, the lady boss, who was munching on sunflower seeds, gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. She glared hatefully at Yang Kai's back, knowing that this brat was using her as a protective talisman. Who in the first hotel would dare to make a move? He was clearly certain of this, which was why he dared to challenge Hong Lao so impudently. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the guts to do so in the Emperor realm. On the side, Yuan Xiaoman's mouth was slightly agape. Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing were also clicking their tongues in wonder. In the main hall, many of the low-rank heaven splitters were even more shocked by Yang Kai. "If you don't dare to make a move, then shut up." Yang Kai sat back down and shouted at the kitchen, "Is the food ready? Why are you so slow?" Bai Qi's voice came from the kitchen, "It's almost ready. What are you rushing for?" Hong Lao's face turned even redder, and there seemed to be steam rising from the top of his head. Taking a deep breath, he spat, "Boy, you've got guts. If you have the ability, you'd better hide in the First Inn for the rest of your life. Otherwise, this old master will tear you to pieces." He was truly angered to the point that he couldn't get out of this embarrassing situation in front of a dozen or so tables of people. That was what you called an embarrassment. Yang Kai didn't care. In any case, he had already offended this old man. As the saying went, there was no need to worry about too many debts. Zhang Qi frowned, seemingly understanding Yang Kai's character. Rubbing his fingers together, a space ring appeared in his hand and he slowly pushed it in front of Yang Kai. Little brother, this king also has a question to ask you. Yang Kai glanced at him and was slightly surprised. Although he didn't know what was inside this space ring, the possibility of it being a heaven splitter pill was very high. Can I sell information now? Overjoyed, Yang Kai took the space ring and swept it with his divine sense, discovering that there were 10,000 heaven splitter pills inside. Immediately beaming with joy, Yang Kai said, "Well said, well said." He secretly sighed to himself at the generosity of a 4th-grade heaven splitter master. 10,000 heaven splitter pills. Although it was only enough for him to stay in his room for 10 days, it was still quite a lot. Zhang Qi smiled lightly and was about to speak when Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him, turned to Yuan Xiaoman and Ji Tianqing and said, "Do you two have any questions? If you want to ask something, then hurry up. I'll say this first, whoever offers the highest price will have their question answered, and I'll only answer one question, so you'd better think carefully." The corners of Zhang Qi's eyes twitched. Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman were also speechless. They were 4th-grade heaven splitters, and although their strength wasn't very high, they were still respected figures in the nearby territory, yet today they were being led around by the Emperor Realm by the nose. Hong Lao sneered, "Boy, this old master can see that your glabella is turning black. You'll soon face a bloody disaster." "Shut up, it's none of your business." Yang Kai snapped, "Go back to where you came from." Turning to Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman, Yang Kai asked, "Are you two sure you don't want to ask anything? If you don't, then I'll answer this, Sir Zhang." Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman exchanged a glance and gritted their teeth, but there were some things they had to ask, so even if they were unwilling, they still tacitly pushed out a space ring. Yuan Xiaoman put on a fake smile and said, "Little brother, aren't you afraid that these things will burn your hands?" Yang Kai snatched the space ring from her hand and sneered, "I've already taken things that burned my hands. Why would I be afraid of this?" Yuan Xiaoman was speechless, but thinking about it, in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, this guy had the courage to seize the body of so many heaven splitters in front of him, so how could he complain about these space rings burning his hands? This was a master who valued money over his life. After inspecting the space ring, the joy on Yang Kai's face grew even stronger as he turned to Ji Tianqing and said, "This Sir Ji offered the highest price. Speak, what do you want to ask? I'll tell you everything I know." Zhang Qi and Yuan Xiaoman both turned to look at Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing's expression remained unchanged as he quietly asked, "Who has the Golden Crow's corpse now?" Yang Kai was taken aback by this question. Although he knew that these people would definitely ask about the Golden Crow's corpse, he hadn't expected them to ask about this. He almost blurted out that it was naturally in his hands. Was there a need to ask such an obvious question? Thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly realized something. He and the lady boss knew that the Golden Crow's corpse was in his hands, but others didn't. After all, there was no third person outside the first inn. Others only knew that he had been running away and walking right into a trap, only to be intercepted and injured by the lady boss outside the first inn. If he were an outsider, would he have thought that the Golden Crow's corpse had already been snatched away by Madame Lan? After all, with his strength, how could he contend against a 6th-level sky splitter? If Madame Lan wanted to snatch something from him, it would be too easy. So that was it. No wonder Ji Tianqing would ask such a question. It seemed that Zhang Qi and Yuan Xiaoman also wanted to ask the same question. They still couldn't figure out who had the Golden Crow's corpse. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he weighed the pros and cons. It only took a short moment before he slammed the table and stood up, his face full of grief and indignation. He turned and pointed at the lady boss on the 2nd floor, shouting, "It's her! It's her! It's her! The thing that I fought so hard for was snatched away by her. The first and bullies the weak. The first and bullies the weak. This is a black inn." The angry roar echoed in the hall, shuttling through everyone's ears. It was a complaint full of blood and tears. Everyone looked in the direction that Yang Kai was pointing and stared at the lady boss in unison. Madame Lan was dumbstruck. Her red lips parted slightly, and a piece of fruit shell fell silently from her mouth. After a long while, Madame Lan gritted her teeth. "Brat, You must be tired of living. Although she didn't hear what Ji Tianqing asked Yang Kai just now, there was no need to hear such things. She could guess that it was nothing more than the whereabouts of the Golden Crow's corpse. Yang Kai's accusation this time would undoubtedly involve her in a great deal of trouble. Even if she denied it, it would be of no use. From the looks in the eyes of those in the lobby, Madame Lan knew that many people had already guessed this. Now, she was just confirming it with Yang Kai's words. This time, even the waters of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes would not be able to clear her name. If she had really snatched the Golden Crow's corpse, it would have been fine. The key was that although she had made a move, Yang Kai had still slyly escaped and hid in the first inn. Not only did she not reap any benefits, she even got herself into trouble. Madame Lan was so angry that her nose was crooked. She had never seen anyone as detestable as this brat. If she could make a move, Madame Lan would definitely go down and make him regret ever being born into this world. But this was the first inn, and the first inn's reputation could not be damaged. Lady Boss, you're so full of murderous intent. Are you going to silence me? Yang Kai shouted angrily. You shut up. Madame Lan was so angry that she threw the snacks in her hand at him. You can shut my mouth, but you can't shut the mouths of everyone else in the world. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Whatever people do, the heavens are watching. Lady Boss, you're on your own now. Madame Lan's chest heaved violently. She felt hot blood rush to her brain, and her fists were clenched so tightly that they turned white. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She really wanted to go down and tear this brat's mouth apart. Chapter 39:24. The dishes are here. The dishes are here. At this moment, Bai Qi ran out of the kitchen with a few dishes and a pot of wine. When he entered the main hall, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere was not right. He froze on the spot and turned his head to look around. He did not know what was going on. He only saw that his boss was so angry that her face had turned green. She was standing on the second floor with her eyes closed, and her delicate body was trembling. What's going on? Bai Qi walked up to Yang Kai and asked quietly. A storm is coming, replied Yang Kai. Kai Yang replied as he reached out and took the food and wine from his hand. Turning around, he walked up to the second floor. The water had already been stirred up, so it was not good to stay here for long. It was best to avoid the limelight for now. Returning to his room, closing the door and activating the barrier, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing heartily as a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Although the lady boss was a good person, she still made him waste a golden destruction plume. She even injured him before. Now that he had the chance, he naturally had to get back at her. What's more, in the current situation, shifting his attention to the lady boss was the best choice. He sat at the table, drinking by himself, thinking about his future path. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang and the door was kicked open. Yang Kai was shocked. He stood up and turned to look outside. He shouted, "Who is it? Who was so bold to make a move in the first inn? Did they want to die?" Yang Kai's neck shrank back when he saw who kicked open the door. It was none other than the lady boss of the first inn, Madame Lan. The lady boss stepped into the room, her whole body wrapped in a cold aura, a sneer on her face as she stared straight at Yang Kai. With a light flick of her foot, she closed the door behind her. Madame Lan. Yang Kai retreated step by step. Soon, he reached the foot of the wall. His eyes were unfocused. He wondered why there wasn't even a window in this room. He couldn't even jump out of the window to escape. He couldn't even think about teleportation. In front of a 6th grade splitter, he probably didn't have the chance. Madam, do you have any advice for me? Yang Kai stared ahead in horror, his heart in his throat. He secretly decided that if Madame Lan really attacked him, he would immediately use his dragon form secret technique so that she wouldn't attack him. Madame Lan sneered softly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. If I kill you, I won't be able to explain myself." Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, he didn't expect Madame Lan to say leisurely, "I won't kill you, but I can give you a good beating. Brat, are you ready?" Yang Kai swallowed his saliva. "Madam, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Why are you doing this? Besides, this is the first inn, and I'm your guest. I spent money to stay here. You're the lady boss. Is it appropriate for you to attack a guest? Not suitable. Madame Lan walked over step by step and soon arrived in front of Yang Kai. A fragrant scent wafted over, and she suddenly gritted her teeth. But if I don't beat you up, I won't be able to vent my anger. You don't want the first in signboard anymore? Yang Kai tried his best to shrink back, but he was already forced into a corner. Where else could he go? Don't use the signboard to restrain me. It's useless no matter what you say today. Madame Lan raised a delicate fist and clenched it so tightly that it cracked. The murderous aura around her surged violently, as if it could swallow the heavens and the earth. As she spoke, her fist shot out like a flash of lightning, landing squarely on Yang Kai's left eye. With a boom, Yang Kai only felt his vision go black. His vision was filled with stars, and even his thoughts were muddled. The lady boss's punch was not light, and it almost stunned him on the spot. Before he could regain his senses, the fist came flying towards his right eye again, and there was another boom. Instinctively hugging his head, Yang Kai curled up at the foot of the wall, enduring Madame Lan's punches and kicks. He secretly swore to himself that one day, he would definitely get back at her and get his revenge. After an indeterminate amount of time, which seemed like an instant, but also like a year, Yang Kai finally felt that the attacks that fell on him like raindrops had stopped. He quietly turned his head and looked through the gaps between his fingers. He saw Madame Lan panting with her hands on her hips and an expression of satisfaction on her face. That felt good. Brat, you'd better take care of yourself. With that, she turned and left. Yang Kai cursed and collapsed to the ground. At the door, Bai Qi watched the lady boss leave leisurely and then poked his head out to look around. Only then did he enter the room and close the door. He walked slowly to Yang Kai's side and squatted down to look at him, his face full of sympathy. You hit him really hard. The lady boss is really angry. I've never seen her so angry before. Yang Kai lay weakly on the ground, feeling as if many of the bones in his body had been broken. Although Madame Lan didn't have the intention to kill him, she really did use a heavy hand. He had just recovered from his injuries, but now he was injured again. It was really sullen. Are you going to keep watching like this? Yang Kai squinted at Bai Qi, who was squatting in front of him. Can you help me up? Bai Qi chuckled. If it was someone else who hit you, it wouldn't matter if I helped, but the lady boss hit you. How would I dare? If she found out, how would I still be able to stay here? Then what are you doing here? Yang Kai glared at him. Bai Qi said, I'm just here to watch the show. TSK, TSK, TSK. Brat, you've offended the lady boss. I think you're going to have a hard time in the future. Get lost. Yang Kai shouted angrily. Did he need others to tell him that he would have a hard time in the future? This time, the lady boss did not even care about the reputation of the first in and insisted on beating him up. He could imagine what kind of situation he would be in the first in the future. It would probably be difficult for him to even move an inch. Bai Qi chuckled, got up, and said, You have the strength to chase people away. It doesn't look like it's a big deal. You go and rest first. If there's anything, call me later. With that, he turned and left. Yang Kai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. When he moved a little, he felt pain all over his body. He lay on the ground for a full 3 hours before he climbed onto the bed with difficulty and quietly recuperated. However, this effort was not in vain. In the first in, after Yang Kai made such a scene, almost everyone's attention had shifted to the lady boss. Although Yang Kai's tone and actions were a little exaggerated at that time, anyone with half a brain was willing to believe that the Golden Crow's corpse had been snatched by Madame Lan and now it had fallen into her hands. After all, the difference in strength between Yang Kai and her was too great. Since Madame Lan had already made a move before, how could she fail? The next day, in a wing room in the Great Moon Prefecture, an elderly man sat upright. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfeng stood in front of him, reporting what had happened recently. The elderly man nodded from time to time. After a long time, Wei Kei said, That's the general situation. What plans does the chief have? This elderly man was the chief of the Great Moon Prefecture. Previously, Wei Kei had asked Meng Hong and the others to go back to the first and send a message to the headquarters. The chief of the Great Moon Prefecture immediately led people here to meet up with Wei Kei, Tao Rongfang, and the others. They rushed all the way and only arrived at the first inn today. The chief nodded and said, "You did well this time. As long as we digest what we got this time, the strength of the Great Moon Prefecture will definitely improve." This time, although the Great Moon Prefecture did not get something like the True Sun Gold, they obtained several portions of the True Sun Fire, one of which was a 5th grade one. Its value was not small. For a force like the Great Moon Prefecture, it was not easy to obtain 4th grade materials, let alone 5th grade ones. If they sold this 5th grade True Sun Fire and bought some 4th grade materials, there was a great chance that they could create a 4th grade Kaitian. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to choose the right seedlings and spend a certain amount of time and energy. The two of you deserve great credit for this operation. Wei Kei said, "Chief, you flatter us. This time, we also narrowly escaped death. Moreover, we even received a life-saving grace from them." "Oh?" The old man raised his eyebrows. "We must repay the kindness of saving our lives. Tell me, which expert helped you?" Wei Kei said, "It was not an expert. It was that kid called Yang Kai." The old man frowned. "The kid who stole the Golden Crow's corpse and caused a storm in the city?"
Yes.
The chief nodded and tapped his fingers on the table, as if thinking about something. After a long time, he said, "I heard that the Golden Crow's corpse has fallen into Madame Lan's hands?" "That's what the kid said. What do you want to do?" The old man looked at Wei Kei and asked. Wei Kei said, "If it's possible, I want to ask you to accept him into our Great Moon Prefecture. He is a newcomer who has just entered this world and has no one to rely on. What's rare is that he is kind and benevolent, and we are indebted to him. Now that he is in trouble, we can't sit back and do nothing." The chief sighed. "I knew you would say that, but have you thought about it? Now that he is in trouble, if our Great Moon Prefecture accepts him rashly, what kind of impact will it have on us?" Wei Kei cupped his hands and said, "I've thought about this, but now that the Golden Crow's corpse is not in his hands, it doesn't matter." "It doesn't matter?" The chief looked straight at him. "Do you believe what you said?" Wei Kei's mouth moved, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. He really didn't believe what he said. The chief said, "Although Yang Kai said that the Golden Crow's corpse had been taken away by Madame Lan, the Golden Crow's corpse is so precious that anyone who wants it will not let it go easily. When the time comes, there will be countless masters who will ask Yang Kai for confirmation, or even search his soul to interrogate him. When the time comes, will our Great Moon Prefecture protect him or not? If we protect him, with the strength of our Great Moon Prefecture, we can't compete with others at all. If we don't protect him, how can we survive?" He waved his hand and said, "We can't accept this person, or we will put our Great Moon Prefecture in trouble." "Chief," Wei Kei was anxious. "There's no need to say more." The chief said decisively, "We can't stay in this dangerous place for long. Pack up and return to the Great Moon Prefecture with me immediately." Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang looked at each other. They both knew that since the chief had made his decision, it was useless to say anything else. They couldn't help but sigh. They knew that the chief's decision was right. They had also thought of this before, but now that things had come to this, they were still a little unhappy. "As for his kindness to you, think of a way to compensate him," the chief added. Wei Kei cupped his hands. "Yes." Chapter 39:25. In the room, Yang Kai and Wei Kei sat across a table from each other. Tao Rongfang stood behind Wei Kei and stared at Yang Kai's bruised and swollen face with sympathy. Normally, if Tao Rongfang saw this scene, she would definitely laugh out loud. Yang Kai's 2 dark circles were simply too comical. At first glance, it was obvious that they were caused by someone's fists. Moreover, the punches were extremely symmetrical, so the strength of the person who did this was definitely extraordinary. But how could she laugh at this moment? Thinking of Yang Kai's future situation and the possible blame from Ah-sun, she couldn't help but feel sad. Wei Kei was also embarrassed. Wei Kei also wore an embarrassed expression, and after a long explanation, he scratched his face and said, "Yang Kai, the situation is like this. Before, I had planned to take you to Great Moon Province and let you join us. but now it seems that won't be possible. The sect chief doesn't agree, and this way is powerless to do anything about it. I'm really sorry. Saying so, he turned his head and cupped his fists, a look of shame on his face. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Senior Wei, you're too serious. I know what to do. Even if your chief doesn't agree, I can't go to the Great Moon Prefecture with you. In my current situation, I can't leave the first inn. Otherwise, I'll die. If I stay here, there's still a chance. Tao Rongfang said, Even so, you can't hide in the first inn for the rest of your life. What's your plan in the future? Yang Kai's eyes blurred for a while. He shook his head and said, I'll take one step at a time. I can't think so far ahead. Alas. Wei Kei sighed heavily and said, You're too bold. Why did you think of robbing the Jinwu corpse? It was said that people died for wealth and birds died for food. Yang Kai's action in the Jinwu Palace was undoubtedly digging his own grave. If it weren't for the first inn, he would have died somewhere. Yang Kai said awkwardly, I didn't think so much at that time. I just robbed it on impulse. It's useless to talk about it now. He waved his hand and didn't want to talk about it anymore. Seeing this, Wei Kei naturally changed the topic. We're about to leave the first inn and return to the Great Moon Prefecture. Is there anything I can help you with? Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, There is one thing. Speak, Wei Kei said. Yang Kai said, Old Fong, Dai Yu, and Asun escaped with me from the Chichao land. Now that Asun has been accepted as a disciple by Senior Tao, I don't have to worry about anything, but Old Fong and Dai Yu have nowhere to go. Now that I am like this, it's not suitable for them to have anything to do with me. I would like to ask the two seniors to take them into the Great Moon Prefecture and let them have a place to stay. Wei Kei said, Even if you didn't mention it, we also had the same idea. Don't worry, I will take Fong Biki and Dai Yu back to the Great Moon Prefecture and take good care of them. As long as I am alive, I will not let them be bullied. Thank you, Senior. Wei Kei blushed with shame and waved his hands repeatedly. Don't thank me, or I'll be too ashamed to show my face. What about you? Tao Rongfang asked. Don't you have anything you want us to help you with? Yang Kai shook his head. He was currently in a lot of trouble, so the Great Moon Prefecture couldn't help him with anything. Taking Old Fong and Dai Yu away could be considered a load off his mind. Wei Kei sighed, took out a space ring, and pushed it in front of Yang Kai. It's not much, but I hope you don't mind. If you want to hide in the first inn, you'll need money, so take this. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before accepting the space ring. Wei Kei was an honest person, so if he were to be polite with him, it would only make things more difficult for him. After exchanging a few more words, the two got up and said their goodbyes. Before leaving, Wei Kei said, Do you want to see Fong Biki and Dai Yu? After this farewell, who knows when we'll meet again? Yang Kai smiled and said, There will always be a chance in the future. Please take them with you, Senior. Parting was difficult, so it was best not to see them again. Wei Kei stared at him for a while before patting him on the shoulder. Take care of yourself. Then, he turned around and left. Tao Rongfang nodded to Yang Kai and also left. Listening carefully, Yang Kai soon heard the sound of footsteps coming from the corridor. Knowing it was the people from Great Moon State, he returned to his room. After the sound disappeared, Yang Kai returned to his bed and continued to meditate and heal his wounds. Thinking back to everything he had experienced since leaving the star boundary, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Being separated from Ruo Shi and wandering in the Chichao land, it wasn't easy for him to escape. Now, he was involved in such a big matter as the Golden Crow's corpse. As an emperor of the Emperor Realm, he was in the eye of the storm outside this world. How to deal with the Golden Crow's corpse needs to be carefully considered. Not only must he deal with it beautifully, but he must also get rid of this trouble. Thinking about it gave him a headache. The next few days were calm. Yang Kai had been on guard against the lady boss coming to trouble him again, who knew that he wouldn't see her for several days. His injuries slowly healed, but after what happened last time, he didn't dare to go out at will. Who knows if there were any bold people in the first inn? If they really disregarded the rules of the first inn and attacked him, he wouldn't be able to resist. Time flew by, and 10 days later. On this day, Yang Kai was drinking with Bai Qi in his room. While listening to him talk about the outside world, the door was suddenly kicked open. Yang Kai looked up in surprise, then couldn't help but shrink his neck and turn to look at Bai Qi. Is there a word, safety, in your inn? Can you just kick a guest's door at will? Bai Qi laughed dryly. Who told her to be the lady boss? Madame Lan's beautiful eyes were cold as she stared at Bai Qi. I was wondering why I didn't see you anywhere. So you were hiding here drinking. Don't you need to serve the guests outside? How dare you slack off here? I'll deduct 1 year of your wages. Bai Qi's face turned pale. Lady boss, please don't be angry. I'll go out now. Please don't deduct my wages. After saying this, he ran away and disappeared. Yang Kai leaned against the corner of the wall and wanted to slip away as well. The lady boss's beautiful eyes swept over him, and he immediately froze on the spot. With a little kick, the door closed again. Madame Lan sat directly where Bai Qi was just sitting and stared at Yang Kai coldly, not moving for a moment. Yang Kai squeezed out a dry smile at her, then slowly squatted down and shrank into the corner of the wall. He covered his head with both hands. Don't hit my face. The last time she hit him, he had 2 dark circles under his eyes, and it took several days for them to disappear. This woman was too ruthless. He had to be careful. The lady boss said coldly, sit. Yang Kai glanced at her quietly and sat on the ground. The lady boss said angrily, what are you pretending for? I'll let you sit on the chair. Yang Kai blinked, then stood up. He turned sideways to guard against her, then slowly moved to the side of the chair and sat down. His eyes were erratic, and he was highly nervous. Seeing his guarded appearance, Madame Lan was furious. She slammed the table and said, Brat, do you know how much trouble you've caused me? Yang Kai sniffed, I'm not too sure, but I heard a little. He heard about the situation outside from Bai Qi these days, so he didn't go to the lobby to take a look. He only knew that most of the forces that had stayed in the first inn had left. After all, most of the forces that had come here before were third-rate forces, and they weren't qualified to participate in the fight for the Golden Crow's corpse. Those who knew their place, like the Great Moon Province, naturally left early, but there were also a few who stayed to watch the show. Although most of the third-rate forces had left, many second-rate forces had come, and even a few first-rate forces from the Blessed Enclaves had come. In the first inn, there were now more than 20 middle-level splitters, and as many as 3 or 4 high-level splitters. It could be said that since the opening of the first inn, there had never been such a grand occasion where so many powerhouses had gathered, and all of this was because of the Golden Crow's corpse. Madame Lan sneered, do you think you can get away with it just because you shifted the blame in the lobby that day? Do you really take others for fools? Whether the Golden Crow's corpse is in my hands or not, only the heavens and earth will know. Yang Kai said, I was forced to. With a bang, Madame Lan slammed the table again. So you can make irresponsible remarks just because you were forced into a corner? Do you believe that I'll drive you out of the first inn right now? I don't need to tell you what will happen to you when the time comes. Yang Kai was shocked. Madam, are you trying to kill me? Madame Lan lowered her head and played with her fingers, saying indifferently, it's impolite not to reciprocate. You can do what you want, but I can't do what you want. Yang Kai was really anxious now. If he was driven out of the first inn, how could he survive? He glared at her. The first inn opened its doors to do business, and I didn't pay a single cent less. How can you drive me out? Madame Lan looked up at him. You're right. The first inn has never driven out a customer before. If we drive you out like this, we'll ruin our reputation. Yang Kai's heart thumped, and he exhaled heavily, but then he heard Madame Lan say, unless it's those who can't afford to stay but refuse to leave. Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Madame Lan said with a smile, I've decided, from today onwards, your room will cost 100,000 heaven opening pills per night. 100,000? Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he silently calculated. Although he still had some heaven opening pills on hand, it was likely only enough to last him 3 or 4 days. Filled with grief and indignation, he shouted, Lady boss, you're taking advantage of your position to bully others. Madame Lan said, I like to. What can you do? It's my business whether the room price goes up or not, and it's your business whether you want to stay or not. No one's forcing you. Yang Kai said, then I request to change rooms. Madame Lan laughed softly. There's no room left. The first inn is overcrowded now. Where can I find a room for you? Yang Kai clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke, glaring at her fiercely. Madame Lan, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. She had a charming smile on her face as she played with her slender jade fingers, not looking at him at all. Resisting the urge to punch this woman in the face, Yang Kai said, What do you want? Speak. Madame Lan said indifferently, Brat, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Haven't you heard of this saying? Chapter 39:26. How could he not have heard of this before? It could be said that he was very familiar with it. Ever since his debut, he had encountered many similar situations. Yang Kai understood the meaning of this sentence better than many people. This empress made a miscalculation and let your evil scheme succeed. Now, there are many people outside who believe that the Golden Crow's corpse is in my hands. Madame Lan looked up. Since that's the case, this empress doesn't mind confirming those people's guesses. This trouble will be taken on by the first inn. What do you think? Yang Kai said, Madam, you mean to ask me to hand over the Golden Crow's corpse? Madame Lan said, I won't give it to you for free. I'll give you enough compensation. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then asked, Can I hear the compensation plan? Madame Lan smiled and raised a finger. The first option is to give you heaven-opening pills. This amount. As she spoke, that finger waved heavily in front of Yang Kai's eyes. 10 million? Yang Kai was moved. Madame Lan nodded. Yang Kai said, Madame is generous. 10 million heaven-opening pills was truly not a small amount. This was a great temptation for anyone in the Emperor realm. Since there's the first option, then there's the second. What's the second option? Madame Lan glanced at him and said, The second option is for the first and to find 5th grade Yin-Yang 5 elements power for you to help you reach the 5th grade of heaven-opening pills. This was another great benefit. If the 5th grade Yin-Yang 5 elements power was converted into heaven-opening pills, it would be worth about 7.5 million heaven-opening pills. However, considering the rarity of materials of this grade, its value was not much different from 10 million heaven-opening pills. Moreover, the 5th grade of heaven-opening pills was not considered weak outside of this universe. It was in the middle of the middle grade of heaven-opening pills. Duan Hai was only at the 4th grade back then. Even Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, whom Yang Kai had never seen before, was only at the 5th grade. Elder Su was also at the 5th grade. In other words, the 5th grade of heaven-opening pills was enough to establish a foothold outside of this universe and lay down a foundation. Madame Lan's sincerity, but the more she was like this, the more Yang Kai felt the value of the Golden Crow's corpse. Otherwise, why would Madame Lan pay such a great price? The value of the Golden Crow's corpse would definitely far exceed the compensation given by Madame Lan. Is there a third type? Yang Kai asked. Madame Lan said exasperatedly, Are you still not satisfied with these two options? Brat, don't be too greedy. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, I'm just asking. Don't be angry, don't be angry. He quickly poured a cup of tea for her, lest this woman go crazy again. Madame Lan snorted coldly. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. You should be content with what you have. There are so many newcomers like you who have struggled in the Trichiliacosm for hundreds and thousands of years without accomplishing anything. You have only just entered this world, yet you already have such good luck. Who knows how many people will envy you? These words reminded Yang Kai of Dai Yu and Old Fong. The two of them had been outside of this universe for many years, but unfortunately, they had always been trapped in the Kikikyo lands, unable to even break through to the heaven-opening realm. In comparison, Yang Kai's situation was indeed much better. But then again, the opportunity he had now to choose was also something he had risked his life for. It had little to do with luck. He also took a sip of tea. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, Lady Boss, I am very tempted by both of your conditions, but I don't know which one to choose. Madame Lan said, Let me give you a piece of advice. Do you want to listen? Please speak. If I were you, I would choose the second option. Although the heaven-opening pill is real, it's not safe for you to hold on to so many heaven-opening pills in the Emperor realm. Moreover, you have no way to buy those materials. You might as well let my first in find you fifth-grade materials and enjoy the fruits of my labor. That makes sense. Yang Kai crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. The lady boss observed Yang Kai's expression and let out a small sigh. Seeing Yang Kai like this, she knew that this matter was very promising. If Yang Kai wasn't even willing to negotiate, then there really was no hope. By now, he had probably also realized how difficult the Golden Crow's corpse was. The Golden Crow's corpse was indeed a death sentence for ordinary people, but for a force like the First In, it was a treasure that could only be found by chance. As long as they could obtain the Golden Crow's corpse, what was a little sacrifice? Yang Kai was deep in thought, and Madame Lan didn't disturb him. Unexpectedly, after a whole incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai still didn't respond. Madame Lan was speechless. Have you thought it through? Yang Kai's brows were tightly knitted together, and he looked very conflicted. When he heard the urging, he turned his head and looked over. Lady boss, I'm quite satisfied with those two conditions, but can the First In compensate me for the loss of those two heaven-destroying golden feathers? It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned the heaven-destroying golden feathers, but the moment he did, the lady boss became angry. Previously, when Yang Kai had used the heaven-destroying golden feathers, she had been injured in a moment of carelessness. It was practically a disgrace. You still want the First In to compensate you for that? What kind of dream are you having? Madame Lan said in exasperation. Yang Kai said, Of course I want it. In order to obtain this Golden Crow's corpse, I used two heaven-destroying golden feathers in a row. Although I don't know what the value of that thing is, it can't be cheap. If I take it out to sell, there will definitely be a lot of people fighting to buy it. Who knows, I might be able to sell it for 10 million heaven-opening pills. If two heaven-destroying golden feathers are worth that much, the First In's conditions can only barely make me break even. Madame Lan sneered at his words. She wanted to mock him, but on second thought, the heaven-destroying golden feathers were so powerful that it could even injure her. It could be said to be a life-saving talisman. This kind of thing could indeed be sold for a lot of money. If she met a wealthy person, 10 million wouldn't be impossible. Changing the topic, she said, Speaking of this, I want to ask you, where did you get the heaven-destroying golden feathers? If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have failed so miserably. Yang Kai chuckled. I also have a question to ask the lady boss. How about we trade? Madame Lan looked him up and down. What do you want to know? Yang Kai lowered his voice, appearing very secretive. What's the use of that Golden Crow's corpse? Why are there so many people fighting over it? Madame Lan said, Why are you asking this? Because I'm curious. Yang Kai looked at her eagerly. Madame Lan pondered for a while, then said, Since so many people are fighting over it, it naturally has value. Golden crows are hard to find. In the 3,000 worlds, there aren't many golden crows. This kind of ancient beast is born with the sun and dies with the sun. It can be said to be an extremely mysterious existence. The golden crow's flesh and blood can be refined into pills, and its bones can be refined into treasures. Most importantly, it contains the golden crow primordial fire. If it can be refined, it can become the power of the 5 elements fire, and it's extremely powerful. The main thing was that this information wasn't a secret. Yang Kai could ask anyone and find out, so there was no need for her to hide anything. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. It's the black flames in the Golden Crow's divine palace. He had seen the terrifying power of the Golden Crow primordial fire with his own eyes. Low-tier heaven-opening cultivators would be injured and die upon contact. That's right. Madame Lan nodded, then sneered. Boy, I advise you not to think about it. The Golden Crow primordial fire is extremely terrifying. If you don't have enough wood power to suppress it, absorbing even a little bit is enough to burn you to death. Yang Kai looked like he had learned something. Of course I know this. Tell me, where did you get that golden Mieming plume? Yang Kai chuckled. Naturally, it was given to me by Mieming. Not long ago, I helped the Mieming greatly, and it was grateful to me. Before it left, it gave me 3 golden plumes. Madame Lan looked like she didn't believe him, but she couldn't be bothered to investigate. She said impatiently, "After saying so much, what's your decision?" Yang Kai said, "Don't rush me. If you rush me, I won't know what to choose. How about this, lady boss? You go back first. I'll think about it carefully. If I've made up my mind, I'll give you an answer." Saying so, he stood up, walked to the door, and opened it, looking like he was going to see her out. Madame Lan was dumbfounded by him, but since Yang Kai had made such a statement, it wasn't good for a woman like her to stay here and not leave. She gritted her teeth and got up. When she passed by Yang Kai, a long leg flew out of her skirt and kicked Yang Kai in the stomach before she left. Yang Kai grimaced in pain from the kick. He hugged his leg and hopped around for a long time, cursing in his heart that this crazy woman was really heavy-handed. After a while, Yang Kai closed the door, opened the barrier, and sat cross-legged on the bed. In a flash, he entered the sealed world bead. Inside the sealed world bead, it was quiet. Alone, Yang Kai came to a plane and took out the 6 Unity Wish bag. With a shake of his hand, he released the Golden Crow corpse. Since he got the Golden Crow corpse, he hadn't carefully examined it. Today, after hearing the lady boss talk about the uses of the Golden Crow corpse, Yang Kai couldn't help but have some thoughts. He also didn't expect that the Golden Crow true fire contained in the Golden Crow corpse could condense the power of the 5 elements. This was really a case of planted flowers that didn't bloom, but unintentionally planted willows that grew. When he went to the Sun's star, his original intention was to find Sun's true gold above the 7th grade. But things didn't go as he wished. He found the Sun's true gold, but he didn't get a share of it. The Golden Crow corpse he snatched by chance gave him another way out. Although Madame Lan warned him not to have any ideas about the Golden Crow true fire, and without enough power of the wood element, it was impossible to suppress this kind of evil fire. This problem wasn't a problem for Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai didn't know what grade the power of the 5 elements wood element condensed from the immortal tree's essence was, but in this world, there were very few things that could surpass it. The power of the wood element in his body was enough to suppress the Golden Crow true fire. But to be on the safe side, it was better to experiment first. That was why Yang Kai deliberately came to the sealed world bead. Otherwise, with so many masters in the first inn, why would he take this risk? That was his original plan. But who knew that just as the Golden Crow corpse was released, Yang Kai suddenly felt the entire sealed world bead become turbulent. The world principles instantly became chaotic, and this small world showed signs of bursting. Yang Kai was the master of this sealed world bead, the master of this sealed world. He was especially sensitive to the changes in this world. This feeling was like a large stone being forced into a glass of water, and the glass was about to shatter. Chapter 39:27. This sudden change greatly shocked Yang Kai. In a flash, Yang Kai's thoughts changed rapidly, and he quickly figured out the reason. There was a limit to the capacity of the small sealed world. Just like the star boundaries heaven and earth bottle, only 10 great emperors could exist at the same time. It was impossible for an 11th to be born. This was the self-preservation mechanism of the small sealed world and the restriction of its world principles. The capacity of the star boundaries heaven and earth bottle was limited, and so was the small sealed world. What's more, the small sealed world was incomparable to the star boundary. If a powerful existence like the Golden Crow's corpse was rashly placed inside, the entire small sealed world would not be able to withstand it. And this was just a corpse. If a living Golden Crow was really allowed to enter, Yang Kai estimated that the small sealed world would immediately be incinerated. The small sealed world was no longer the same as before. The 2nd territory and the 3rd territory had been separated one after another, so today, the small sealed world was only left with the original 1st territory. Its capacity was pitifully small, so when the Golden Crow's corpse was suddenly thrown in, such a change occurred. Now that he knew the reason, Yang Kai did not dare to neglect and quickly shook the 6 principles gem bag to store the Golden Crow's corpse back inside. The trembling of the world principles gradually calmed down and disappeared, and the chaotic world principles were restored. This change also confirmed his previous conjecture. Frowning, Yang Kai stood in place and fell into contemplation. If he had not suddenly decided to put the golden crow's corpse into the small sealed world this time, he would not have discovered this. If the golden crow's corpse was like this, what would happen if he put a heaven-opening realm master into the small sealed world? A heaven-opening realm master's body had already split open the heavens and earth, so depending on the quality, the small universe world inside their body would also vary in strength. Yang Kai secretly speculated that if the capacity of the small sealed world was larger than the heaven-opening realm's world, he might be able to coexist peacefully. But if the small sealed world was smaller, it was very likely that the small sealed world would experience the same changes today. Thinking so, Yang Kai became vigilant. It seemed that in the future, unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't casually take heaven-opening realm masters into his sealed world bead. Otherwise, it would likely bring great losses and hidden dangers. If a small sealed world was like this, there was no need to mention the One Realm bead. The One Realm bead was a replica of the sealed world bead, but it was far inferior to the sealed world bead because the One Realm bead was refined entirely from dead stars and did not even have its own world principles. Yang Kai estimated that the One Realm bead he refined wouldn't be able to contain a heaven-opening realm cultivator. If he forcefully sucked them in, the result would be the One Realm bead exploding. From this point of view, the 6 Unity Wish Bag was quite extraordinary. It also had the same storage function, but it could forcibly store a heaven-opening realm cultivator into it. However, compared to the mysterious small world bead, the 6 Unity Wish Bag was not a small world, but rather a space that could expand or shrink at will. He didn't know who refined this 6 Directions Rui pouch and how it ended up in Elder Su's hands. But none of this mattered as the Rui pouch was now his treasure. Since he couldn't test it in the mysterious small world, Yang Kai could only flash out, put away the sealed world bead, and plunge into the Rui pouch. Fortunately, the Rui pouch had now been completely refined by him, so it could expand or shrink as he wished. Although it wasn't as vast as the mysterious small world, it wasn't crowded with the golden crow's corpse. The golden crow's might was unparalleled when it was alive, but after its death, there was nothing special about it. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai could feel a faint hostility. Yang Kai circled the golden crow's corpse a few times before finally standing in front of it, crossing his arms as he stared at it intently. He didn't know where to start. Thinking back to when he was condensing the 5 elements with force, it was because he had already refined the immortal tree and had Ruashi's guidance, so the whole process was very easy. Now that he was alone and had no one to rely on, Yang Kai was a little hesitant. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai decided to give it a try first. The lady boss had described the golden crow true fire to be so terrifying, so it was always right to be careful. Reaching out his hand and placing it on the golden crow's forehead, Yang Kai closed his eyes and silently tried to draw out the power of the golden crow's true fire. At first, there was nothing special, but at a certain moment, his palms suddenly became hot. From the golden crow's corpse, an aura that seemed capable of incinerating all things rushed out. At the same time, Yang Kai had the illusion that he was standing in front of a round sun, as if this scorching power could melt him at any time. His face changed as he hurriedly pulled back, but a trace of black flames had already wrapped around his hand. The smell of burning flesh filled the air, and the excruciating pain caused Yang Kai to involuntarily roar like a wounded beast. Desperately urging his Emperor Qi, Yang Kai tried to stop the black flames from burning, but his Emperor Qi seemed to have become fuel for the black flames. The more he tried, the fiercer the black flames became. In the blink of an eye, the flames had spread to his elbow. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he had been mentally prepared for this and knew that the golden crow true fire was extraordinary, he had still underestimated its power. Was he going to be burned to death? At this critical moment, Yang Kai suddenly remembered what the lady boss had said before. Only a strong enough would attribute force could suppress the golden crow true fire, so he hurriedly urged the power of his Dao seal. A faint green aura spread out from his arm and intertwined with the black flames, making for an extremely strange scene. The power of the immortal tree was truly amazing. When this would attribute force was urged out, Yang Kai clearly felt the pain in his arm lessen greatly. The places where he had been burned by the golden crow true fire also felt refreshed, and his flesh and blood were clearly growing. Yang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief. He had made the right choice this time. The quality of his wood attribute force should be higher than the quality of the Golden Crow True Fire, otherwise, it would not have shown such a reaction. It seemed that as long as his wood attribute force was strong enough, absorbing the Golden Crow True Fire and condensing it into fire attribute force should not be too dangerous. But thinking about it from another perspective, how many people in this world had such powerful wood attribute force? Even if someone had it, it would not be comparable to the essence of the immortal tree. With his mind set, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and carefully wrapped the Golden Crow True Fire with his wood attribute force, guiding it into his Dao seal. After a stick of incense worth of time, the originally jade-green Dao seal had a little bit of black color. From this black color, Yang Kai could clearly feel a violent and destructive aura. Carefully feeling it, Yang Kai did not feel any discomfort, causing a look of joy to appear on his face. In other words, he could completely absorb the Golden Crow True Fire and condense it into fire attribute force. Moreover, from the feeling the Golden Crow True Fire gave him, its quality was absolutely not lower than the 7th grade. Yang Kai had never seen other 7th grade materials before, but in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, he had seen the 7th grade Sun True Gold and also felt its aura. Compared to the Golden Crow True Fire, it seemed to be slightly inferior. After coming to this world for just over a year, he already had the opportunity to condense fire attribute force. This was truly a stroke of good fortune. He was too lazy to consider the conditions the lady boss had put forward. What Ji Tianqing had said before was correct. Many external factors were illusory, and all wealth and power were ephemeral. Only one's own strength was fundamental. Materials above the 7th grade could only be chanced upon by luck. Yang Kai had the ambition to reach the high-grade Splitting Heavens realm, so how could he miss this opportunity? Not to mention that the lady boss's conditions had not moved him at all, even if they were several times higher. In the face of the temptation of fire attribute force, Yang Kai would still be willing to give up. In a short period of time, the wood attribute force had also repaired the burns caused by the Golden Crow True Fire. Yang Kai took a deep breath and pressed his hand on the Golden Crow's head, urging the power of the Dao Seal to draw the Golden Crow True Fire into his body. The pitch-black flames were drawn out again and wrapped around his arm, but were suppressed by the wood attribute force, not harming Yang Kai in the slightest. After a full half-day, Yang Kai reluctantly jumped out of the Rui pouch. It was not that he had condensed fire attribute force, but that he could not eat until he was fat. He had absorbed enough Golden Crow True Fire today and needed to digest it before he could continue. Moreover, Yang Kai was also afraid that the lady boss would suddenly break in. If she found out that he was hiding in the Rui pouch and secretly absorbing Golden Crow True Fire, she would definitely not let him off easily. In the next few days, the lady boss would come to Yang Kai once a day to discuss the matter of the Golden Crow's corpse with him. Yang Kai naturally feigned civility, pretending to be tempted while casually dealing with her. However, he could feel that the lady boss's patience was about to be worn out. The last 2 times he came to see her, her nose was nose and her eyes were not eyes. She did not like him at all. Every time before he left, Yang Kai would be kicked, but his strength was not as high as hers, so he could not avoid it. The speed of absorbing the Golden Crow True Fire was not slow. With the protection of the wood attribute force of the immortal tree, Yang Kai could be said to have opened up his arms and worked hard. If others knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Looking at the whole world, condensing any kind of power was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Instead, it required a long period of seclusion. This period of time could be long or short. It could be 3 to 5 years, or it could be 10 to 20 years, or even longer. If Yang Kai did not have the wood attribute force of the immortal tree, it would be impossible for him to be so unscrupulous. It was by relying on the power of the immortal tree that he could absorb the Golden Crow True Fire in a day that others could not absorb for several months. As time passed, Yang Kai could gradually feel something. According to his current speed, he was afraid that in 10 days, the fire attribute force in the Dao Seal would reach a saturated state. At that time, he would no longer need to absorb the Golden Crow True Fire. At that time, the fire attribute force of the 5 elements would be successfully condensed. 10 days. The key was this time. The lady boss was urging him more and more urgently, so she would definitely not give him such a long time. But fortunately, the lady boss came to find him at about the same time every day, so Yang Kai was not discovered. On this day, after calculating the time, Yang Kai jumped out of the Rui pouch. After meditating for less than half an hour, he heard a knock on the door. Needless to say, it was the lady boss again. Yang Kai helplessly got up and opened the door. The lady boss was indeed standing outside, but what made Yang Kai surprised was that she did not come alone this time. There was another person with her. Chapter 39:28. Standing in front of Yang Kai was a tall, hale, and hearty old man. The old man was dressed simply in shorts and a torn jacket, his skinny arms and calves exposed. He looked like an old farmer who had just returned from work, completely unremarkable. But when Yang Kai looked at him, he felt that this old man's eyes were as deep as the sea, and he felt like he was about to fall into them and sink into them forever. His heart trembled, knowing that this old man was definitely not as simple as he looked. And Madame Lawn, who had been harassing him these past few days, was standing 3 steps behind this old man, glaring at Yang Kai with gritted teeth. "Young friend, can you come in for a chat?" The old man asked with a smile. Although his tone was gentle, it gave off a faint sense of authority that could not be resisted. This kind of authority could only be possessed by someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Yang Kai was no stranger to this. Yang Kai glanced at the lady boss, knowing that he probably could not refuse. He immediately nodded and stepped aside, giving up his seat. The old man thanked him and entered in a flash. Madame Lawn followed closely behind. After closing the door, Yang Kai turned to look at Madame Lawn and asked suspiciously, "Lady boss, this is?" He also had some guesses about this old man's identity. Madame Lawn said solemnly, "This is the boss of my first inn." The old man smiled and nodded. This old man's surname is Situ, first name is Kong. As expected, when he saw the lady boss of the 6th grade splitter standing behind this old man, Yang Kai vaguely guessed the old man's identity. Now that he heard the lady boss's introduction, he knew that his guess was right. This Situ Kong was the boss behind the scenes of the first inn. This person was definitely a high-grade splitter, but he didn't know what grade he was exactly. "So it's Senior Situ. This junior has been rude." Yang Kai clasped his fists and extended his hand. "Senior, please sit." Situ Kong nodded and sat down boldly. Madame Lawn moved with light steps to stand behind him. "You sit too." Situ Kong looked left and right, then raised his head to look at Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai dare to sit? Even the 6th stage Kai Tion's lady boss was standing, so how could he sit? He didn't even dare to overstep his boundaries in front of Senior. It was fine to just stand there and talk. Situ Kong didn't force the issue and said, "I've heard about what happened to you. Do you know how many experts have gathered in the first inn?" "I'm not sure." Yang Kai shook his head. If he had asked about the Golden Crow's corpse the moment he opened his mouth, Yang Kai wouldn't have found it strange, but it was a little strange that he suddenly asked this question. Situ Kong said, "There are 32 middle-stage splitters and 5 high-stage splitters, excluding this old man. More than 21st and 2nd-class forces have come." Yang Kai was speechless when he heard this. He knew that this matter had really gotten out of hand. Even the high-grade Sky Splitter had sent so many people. It was clear how attractive the Golden Crow's corpse was. After saying that, Situ Kong smiled and said, "Then do you know why you can live a peaceful life in my first inn?" Yang Kai was puzzled. "What does senior mean?" Situ Kong said leisurely, "A few days ago, you shifted the blame to the east, saying that the Golden Crow's corpse was snatched by Shaolon. Regardless of whether this is true or not, those people are trying to find a way to prove it. Shaolon is a member of my first inn, so no matter what, they have to give my first inn some face and won't start with her. Then, the best way is to ask you for information and investigate the whereabouts of the Golden Crow's corpse before deciding what to do next. But, little friend, you've been living here for a few days now. Have you been harassed by anyone?" "Never." Yang Kai shook his head, vaguely understanding what Situ Kong meant. He probed, "Senior means, the first inn is protecting me?" Situ Kong didn't deny it and said, "Those guys, there are both good and evil. Many of them aren't easy to talk to." In other words, His first in was relatively polite. The lady boss spoke at this time. Yang Kai, although my first in is powerful, we can't offend too many people for you. Are you selling the Golden Crow's corpse or not? It's best if you give me an answer today. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her. Can you give me some time to think about it? The lady boss frowned. What do you still want to think about? Yang Kai said with a bashful face. 10 days. Give me 10 more days. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer in 10 days. The lady boss stared at him and said, That's impossible. 10 days is too long. You don't know how much pressure the first in is under right now. We've already offended a lot of people just by guarding against those people. 10 days is too long. If 10 days wasn't enough, then what the hell was he doing? Yang Kai estimated that he would need at least 10 more days to condense the fire elemental energy. At that time, the Golden Crow's corpse wouldn't be of much use to him. 3 days. Situ Kong suddenly said, Only 3 days. Think about it carefully. Then, without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak, he got up and left. This was an ultimatum. Yang Kai followed behind and begged, Lady Boss Senior, let's talk things over. 3 days is too short. I might not be able to think it through. The lady boss turned around and said unhappily, Think about your own life. I believe you will consider it carefully. Then, she directly closed the door, as if she wanted to lock Yang Kai inside. After the two left, Yang Kai's face was full of worry. 3 days. At that time, he definitely wouldn't be able to condense the fire elemental energy, but since they had said so, they wouldn't give him any room for negotiation. After 3 days, it might not be so peaceful. Now that time was tight. Although Yang Kai was worried, he didn't dare to delay. He quickly opened the room's restriction and dove into the Rui pouch. Over the next 3 days, Yang Kai entered the Rui pouch many times to absorb the Golden Crow true fire, even going so far as to ignore the damage to his body. His progress was much faster, but he was still some distance away from the saturation of his Dao seal. After 3 days, the lady boss came again. This time, he didn't see Situ Kong. Thinking about it, although the Golden Crow's corpse was precious, in the end, it was just a piece of material. For a high-grade heaven splitter cultivator to personally come here was already important enough. The rest could be handled by the lady boss. In a side room, the lady boss looked at Yang Kai and said, Boss said that if you can give me the Golden Crow's corpse, the previous 2 conditions won't change. Furthermore, before you reach the 5th grade Heaven Splitter realm, my first in will guarantee your safety. We absolutely won't let anything happen to you. The benefits had suddenly doubled. Although the lady boss's conditions were good, he could only choose one of the 2, which seemed a bit weak. Now, he could choose both. To be honest, if it were anyone from the Emperor realm facing this kind of temptation, they would probably immediately agree. If Yang Kai hadn't been determined to reach the high-grade Heaven Splitter realm, if he hadn't discovered that he could absorb the Golden Crow true fire, he probably wouldn't have refused. But the golden path was right beneath his feet. If he agreed now, he would have no fate with the Supreme Martial Dao. Yang Kai didn't want to regret his impulsive decision today one day. I believe that other powers will find it difficult to offer such conditions. Stinking brat, if you still know what's good for you, then there's really nothing I can do. Yang Kai said with a sincere expression, I can clearly feel the sincerity of the first in and senior Situ, but, cut the crap. Just tell me if you agree or not. The lady boss didn't give him a chance to speak, directly interrupting him. Her attitude was so firm that there was nothing to say. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and said, I agree, of course I agree. Madame Lan was stunned for a moment, but then she smiled like a flower. At least you know what's good for you. But can you wait a few more days? Madame Lan's pretty face darkened, and she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. What are you planning? Since you've agreed, why wait a few more days? It's a personal matter, I can't tell you. Yang Kai said calmly, almost angering Madame Lan to death. But I can guarantee that I'll definitely offer up the Golden Crow's corpse with both hands after this. He thought that this would buy him some time, but who knew that Madame Lan would slowly shake her head and say, even if the first in can wait, the others can't. She looked deeply at Yang Kai and said, You're on your own now. She turned and left the room. Yang Kai followed her and called out a few times, but Madame Lan ignored him. Just as he walked out of the room, Yang Kai's body stiffened. This was because in that instant, dozens of powerful divine senses descended from the sky, enveloping him like a magnificent world. He couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. He shuddered and hurriedly retreated, swallowing his saliva, his face full of lingering fear. He had been hiding in his room all this time. Although he knew that many strong cultivators had come, he hadn't seen them in person, so his concept of them was still rather vague. Only now did he have a deep understanding of them. In this situation, hiding in his room was the safest. It was too dangerous outside. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He looked around and almost cursed out loud. The restrictions in the room had all lost their effect at this moment. It was obvious that this was Madame Lan's doing. Although his room plate could control the various restrictions in the side rooms and prevent others from prying, Madame Lan was the lady boss of the first inn, so she would definitely be able to do the same. Moreover, her authority would definitely be higher than his as a guest. In other words, if Madame Lan wanted to close the restrictions in his room, he couldn't open them again. The moment the restrictions lost their effect, the dozens of divine senses he had sensed earlier once again attacked him. Without the restrictions in the room, those divine senses were unimpeded and scrutinized Yang Kai carefully. In an instant, Yang Kai's whole body went cold, and all the hair on his body stood on end. With a creak, the door was pushed open. A well-built young man appeared at the door and looked at Yang Kai with a grin. Yang Kai was shocked. He asked in shock, "Who are you?" The young man entered uninvited. A thick, demonic chi flowed around him, making him look demonic and wild. He said calmly, "You don't need to know who I am. I just want to ask you one question. Kid, you'd better answer honestly." Without pausing, the young man asked directly, "Is the Golden Crow's corpse in your hands? Or has it been taken by Madame Lan?" Chapter 39-29. Everyone wanted to know the answer to this question. It was inconvenient to inquire about the lady boss, so Yang Kai was the best place to start. However, Yang Kai had been well protected by the first inn, so they couldn't inquire about him even if they wanted to. Now that the first inn had made their stance clear, they naturally had no more concerns. Naturally, Kai Yang wouldn't answer this kind of question honestly. Just as he was thinking about whether or not he should shift the blame to someone else, he discovered that he couldn't even think of lying. In front of this youth who was covered in demon chi, it was as if all of his inner thoughts couldn't be hidden and could be seen clearly. Was this the power of a high-grade split the heavens? When he faced Situ Kong before, he didn't give him so much pressure, but now, facing this young man, Yang Kai found that even breathing was a luxury. Cold sweat slid down his forehead as Yang Kai looked up with difficulty. The young man opposite him smiled faintly, but behind him, there seemed to be a ferocious beast that wanted to swallow him whole. His flesh and blood wriggled, his bones creaked, and an aura of death enveloped him. He would die. He would definitely die. The evil aura on the young man's body made him understand that if his answer didn't satisfy him, this guy might really make a move on him. In a split second, Yang Kai had no choice. He gritted his teeth and hid in the Rui pouch. There was really no other way. He didn't dare to expose the sealed world bead, and he couldn't escape by teleporting. Hiding in the Rui pouch might give him a chance to breathe, but in this way, he would become a turtle in a jar. It was simply drinking poison to quench his thirst. The moment Yang Kai's figure disappeared, the young man raised his eyebrows. The Golden Crow. He reached out and grabbed the Rui pouch. The moment the pouch opened, he clearly felt the aura of the Golden Crow from it and immediately understood that the Golden Crow was still in Yang Kai's hands. His movements couldn't be said to be slow, but someone else was faster. While the Rui pouch was still in midair, the shadows of several palms appeared out of thin air and grabbed at it. The young man laughed. A bunch of shameless bastards. With a boom, the demonic chi swept out, and the tables in the room turned into dust. The young man rushed forward like a dragon out of the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The world force collided in the void. In this instant, countless powerhouses exchanged blows, and there were muffled grunts mixed in. The first inn, which had stood tall in the void for thousands of years, suddenly shattered. dozens of figures shot out from it in all directions. Many of them were locked in a fierce battle, using all kinds of strange moves and secret techniques to fight each other. Madame Lawn stood somewhere in the void, her face ashen. She looked at where the first inn used to be and gritted her teeth. She held White Seven in one hand and the bookkeeper in the other. The cold air around her pierced through one's heart. Bai Chi's mouth opened so wide that he could almost stuff a fist in it. The accident happened so suddenly that he didn't realize what was going on. Only now did he shout, "Lady Boss, they tore down our inn." The bookkeeper's eyes widened. What should we do? Since the opening of the first inn, not many people dared to cause trouble here. Those who dared to do so generally didn't live long. However, the people who caused trouble this time were different. There were quite a few people who didn't fear the first inn at all. Even if the inn was destroyed, it would be destroyed for nothing. They couldn't ask for compensation. After all, the owner of the first inn was also involved. "Stinking brat, I'm going to skin you alive," Madame Lawn said hatefully. If Yang Kai hadn't been hiding the Golden Crow's corpse, how could the first inn have suffered such misfortune? If they had handed over the Golden Crow's corpse earlier, nothing would have happened. Now that the matter had escalated, no one knew how to deal with it. The 6 heaven-opening powerhouses fought in the void, and the scepter pouch kept changing owners in their hands. Even Madame Lawn couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. She could only watch from afar. It was the same for the heaven-opening powerhouses of the other second-tier forces. Previously, many people had participated in the struggle for the scepter pouch, but they had all suffered quite a bit. Now, they were all well-behaved. They knew that the Golden Crow's corpse was destined to fall into the hands of the heaven-opening powerhouses this time, so they didn't waste time and energy. Thinking on the bright side, although the Golden Crow's corpse was incomparably valuable, it wasn't worth them risking their lives for it. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was hiding in the scepter pouch, was very calm. Although the heaven-opening powerhouses' attacks were earth-shattering, they protected the scepter pouch well. This was because they also knew that if the scepter pouch was damaged, the contents of the pouch would very likely fall into the void cracks. At that time, they wouldn't be able to find it. He quietly opened a crack and released his divine sense. Before he could find anything, Yang Kai felt a pain in his head. The divine sense he released was torn to shreds by a violent force. In that fleeting glance, he seemed to have seen several experts exchanging blows. This situation made Yang Kai a little confused. Previously, he had been forced to hide in the scepter pouch to temporarily avoid the limelight due to the pressure of the young man. As for what happened after that, he vaguely guessed that the powerhouses of the first inn were fighting for the scepter pouch. He didn't know who would get the scepter pouch in the end, and what would happen to him. At this time, he faintly hoped that the scepter pouch would be obtained by Situ Kong. At the very least, Situ Kong gave him a good feeling and wasn't an unreasonable person. The young man he had seen just now was surrounded by demonic chi. At a glance, he could tell that he wasn't a good person. If the scepter pouch was snatched by him, Yang Kai wouldn't have a good ending. At this time, it was impossible for him to jump out. The aftermath of the battle between the heaven-opening powerhouses was enough to shatter his body. Letting out a long sigh, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. The feeling of entrusting his fate to the mercy of others was very uncomfortable, and he wasn't used to it. However, the road to heaven opening was long, and he needed to gather the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements. He didn't know how long it would take for him to advance to heaven opening. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered that guy covered in demonic chi. Could he be from the 10,000 demon heaven? He had heard Duan Hai mention the 10,000 demon heaven before. It was one of the top forces of the 36 paradise. And Emo Shang, who knew if he was from the 10,000 demon heaven. As his mind wandered, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and fixed his gaze on the Golden Crow corpse beside him, his eyes flashing. If those high-rank heaven-opening powerhouses wanted to compete for the scepter pouch, the outcome would definitely not be decided in a short time. A battle between powerhouses of this level might take a year and a half. Such a long time was enough for him to condense fire attribute power. With this thought, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had been thinking of delaying for a few days, but the lady boss didn't give him the chance at all. Who knew that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel? There was no need for a year and a half. As long as he had 5 or 6 days, Yang Kai would be able to completely saturate the fire attribute power in his Dao seal. At that time, no matter how valuable this golden crow corpse was, it wouldn't be of much use to him. Who would have thought that the wrong move he had been forced to make would be the key to victory? There was no need to hesitate. Yang Kai first sealed the scepter pouch. Although this move might be a little redundant, and if those high-rank heaven openers wanted to open the scepter pouch, a mere seal shouldn't be a problem for them. It could at least delay him for a while, giving him time to disguise himself. If he was discovered to be secretly absorbing the golden crow's true fire, all his secrets would be exposed. Sitting cross-legged in front of the golden crow corpse, Yang Kai pressed his hand on the golden crow's forehead as usual, urging the power of his Dao seal to guide the true fire in the golden crow's body into his body. Time passed little by little, and the battle outside continued. No one would have thought that a mere cultivator from the Emperor realm would have the guts to secretly do something under the noses of a group of high-rank heaven openers. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The fire attribute power in his Dao seal became more and more abundant, and Yang Kai's anxious heart slowly relaxed. He gradually forgot about his own situation and immersed himself in condensing fire attribute power. It wasn't until a certain moment when the fire attribute power in his Dao seal became completely smooth and could no longer absorb any more golden crow's true fire, that Yang Kai suddenly woke up and knew that he had successfully condensed fire attribute power. Quietly feeling around, Yang Kai found that there was still some true fire in the golden crow's corpse, but it was obviously much thinner than before. So he didn't know if it was enough for another person to condense fire attribute power. However, this had nothing to do with him anymore. This adventure had yielded results, so Yang Kai was satisfied. Even if the golden crow's corpse was taken away, and he didn't get the slightest benefit, he would accept it. Now, all that was left was to figure out how to get away. Hiding in the wishful scepter pouch wasn't a solution. He still had to face what he had to face. Moreover, Yang Kai wasn't sure who his wishful scepter pouch would end up in. It was fine if it fell into Situ Kong's hands, but what if it fell into the hands of others? He wanted to investigate the situation outside, but when he recalled the pain of his divine sense being torn apart last time, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little scared. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai made up his mind, gritted his teeth, opened the barrier, and quietly released his divine sense. He was mentally prepared to endure the destruction of his divine sense, but who would have thought that the situation outside was a little different from what he had imagined? The battle between the several high-rank heaven-opening masters had stopped at some point, and the void was calm. In his perception, there weren't many people here. A chessboard was laid out in the void, and Situ Kong was sitting on one side of the chessboard. Opposite him was the young man Yang Kai had seen before, as well as a few people with deep auras who were watching from the side. The lady boss, Bai Qi, the bookkeeper, and many of the workers of the first inn were standing behind Situ Kong. What was going on? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Just as he was puzzled, Situ Kong suddenly said, "Come out. Can you hide for a lifetime?" As he spoke, he glanced around lightly. Even through the wishful scepter pouch, Yang Kai could feel that this glance was looking into the depths of his soul. Chapter 39:30. Yang Kai didn't need to think to know that these words were directed at him. He hesitated for a moment, knowing that this was a blessing, not a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Anyway, he had already condensed his fire elemental power, so he had nothing else to ask for. He immediately made up his mind and jumped out of the Rui pouch. In an instant, several gazes focused on him with a sense of scrutiny. Yang Kai's skin tightened, and the young man sitting across from Situ Kong even sneered at him, making Yang Kai's heart beat like a drum. He thought that this guy wouldn't attack him out of anger, right? If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to resist. Fortunately, whether it was the scrutiny or the young man's sneer, it was only for a moment. In the next moment, no one paid attention to him anymore. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. He quickly hid behind Situ Kong and quietly exhaled. A hostile gaze came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and met Madame Lan's gem-like eyes. Yang Kai squeezed out a smile, cupped his hands, and said in a low voice, "Lady Boss." The lady boss's beautiful eyes were murderous. She gritted her teeth and said, "Brat, this is what you've done." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, then took 2 steps back and stood shoulder to shoulder with Bai Qi. The lady boss seemed to be very angry. Although he didn't know why, it was better to stay away from her. Bai Qi secretly gave him a thumbs up with an expression of admiration, making Yang Kai a little speechless. It was only now that he saw that his Rui pouch was currently in Situ Kong's hand. Obviously, in the previous battle, the owner of the first inn had won, otherwise, the Rui pouch wouldn't have fallen into his hands. What's the situation now? Yang Kai couldn't understand the situation. He didn't know why Situ Kong had snatched the Rui pouch, but was still playing chess with others. There was no one he could ask, so he could only ask Bai Qi. Bai Qi looked around and secretly transmitted her voice. The master is currently using the skill of chess to determine the winner. This is the last one. As long as we can beat this one, our owner can win the Golden Crow's corpse. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Using chess skills to determine the winner? Weren't they engaged in a fierce battle before? Why did it suddenly change from a martial arts fight to a civil one? This change in situation was a little too sudden. Moreover, since Situ Kong had already snatched the Rui pouch, he should just run away quickly. There was no need to discuss chess skills with others. However, on second thought, if he could run away, why would Situ Kong stay behind? The people present were all high-grade heaven splitters. Although Situ Kong had won first and obtained the wish pouch, if the others joined forces, Situ Kong would not be a match for them no matter how powerful he was. On the other hand, it was the same. No matter which of these high-grade heaven splitters obtained the wish pouch, the others wouldn't let it go. This was an unsolvable situation. There would always be one person who would be attacked by the others. It was probably because of this that they changed from fighting to fighting. They didn't have to waste any effort. They just had to sit down and settle the matter amicably. Why not? However, it was not difficult to tell from Bai Qi's words that even in chess, Situ Kong was better. Yang Kai did not have a deep understanding of chess. He was still at the level of being able to understand and play a few games, so Yang Kai could not tell who was stronger between Situ Kong and the young man from the chessboard. However, from observing the situation, he could clearly feel the confidence in Situ Kong's strategy. On the contrary, the young man frowned from time to time with a difficult expression. The speed at which he placed his chess pieces was also much slower than Situ Kong. According to this situation, it was only a matter of time before Situ Kong defeated his last opponent. Bored, Yang Kai was now concerned about his wish pouch. He did not need to think about the Golden Crow's corpse. Now that it had fallen into Situ Kong's hands, he would definitely not be able to get it back. Moreover, his fire attribute power had reached perfection, so there was no need to offend anyone. However, he still wanted the wish pouch. He did not know if Situ Kong would return it to him. If Situ Kong took away his wish pouch, it would be a big loss. He thought about it with a conflicted expression. At this moment, a crashing sound was heard, startling Yang Kai. He looked up and saw that the chessboard between Situ Kong and the young man had been overturned. The black and white chess pieces were flying. The young man suddenly stood up and said with a bored expression, "I'm not playing anymore. It's boring." Playing chess to overturn the chessboard. His chess skills were quite good. Situ Kong also stood up and said with a smile, "Thank you for letting me win." The young man looked at him coldly. "Don't be so smug. You've just lived a few more years. If it were something else, I would not lose to you." Situ Kong said indifferently, "Living a long life is also a capital." The young man said, "Live a long life and die early. I hope that the next time I see you, you'll still be so energetic. I'm leaving." After saying this, his figure swayed and turned into a cloud of black mist, speeding away into the distance. This guy actually left as soon as he said so. He did not hesitate at all. When the other high-ranked sky splitters saw this, they all took their leave. No one said anything to congratulate them. They probably weren't in the mood to congratulate others. The reason why they had stayed until now was probably to see the final result. Now that the result was out, there was naturally no need to stay. In the blink of an eye, the outsiders had all left. The people left were the people of the first inn. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, because to the others, he was also an outsider. The lady boss smiled and said, "Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, boss." The rest of the people also congratulated him. Situ Kong waved his hand and said, "There's nothing to congratulate. It's just a set of materials. Fortunately, although there were some twists and turns, I got it in the end." He looked at Yang Kai and smiled slightly. "Take it out." As he spoke, he threw the wish pouch to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it with some surprise and decisively shook out the golden crow's corpse from it. He then quickly put away the wish pouch, as if he was afraid that it would be robbed. Situ Kong did not mind. All his attention was attracted by the golden crow's corpse. The others were the same. Of the people present, no one had observed the corpse of an adult golden crow at such a close distance. Yang Kai felt a little guilty. No matter what, he had absorbed a lot of the golden crow's true fire from this golden crow's body and condensed his own 5 elements fire force. Compared to the beginning, the true fire in this golden crow's corpse was greatly reduced. He did not know if Situ Kong could see anything. Fortunately, Situ Kong only checked it briefly before waving his hand. The golden crow's corpse disappeared in an instant. No one knew where it was stored. The only thing he was sure of was that it was definitely not stored in a space ring. His sealed world bead could barely accommodate this golden crow's corpse, so it was impossible for a space ring to accommodate it. "I'll leave the rest to you." Situ Kong looked at Madame Lan after storing the golden crow's corpse. Madame Lan bowed gracefully. "Rest assured, boss." Situ Kong nodded and formed a seal with one hand. A complex spirit array pattern suddenly appeared under his feet and slowly rotated. Yang Kai clearly felt the fluctuations of space principles from it. Just as he was surprised and thought that Situ Kong was also proficient in space principles, the spirit array pattern flashed and Situ Kong disappeared. Yang Kai watched in a daze for a moment before suddenly understanding that it was not Situ Kong who was proficient in space principles. What he used just now should be the universe escape technique that Bai Qi had told him about. He had escaped to a certain universe temple. So this is the universe escape technique. Yang Kai pondered. If this was the case, the drawbacks of this universe escape technique were not small. Situ Kong had a high-rank heaven opening realm cultivation, but it still took him some time to use this universe escape technique, so those who were weaker than him would definitely spend more time. Don't underestimate this little bit of time. In a life and death crisis, this little bit of time could be the key to escape. It seemed that if he wanted to use the universe escape technique to escape, he had to first ensure that he would not be disturbed by others. He had to pay attention to this point. If he were to suffer a loss in this aspect, he would have to pay a great price. Just as he was pondering, he felt a sharp gaze land on him. Yang Kai quivered and looked up, squeezing out a smile. "Lady boss." Madame Lan smiled sweetly and said in a soft voice, "You are called Yang Kai?" Yang Kai braced himself and said, "That's right." The lady boss nodded slightly. Yang Kai thought that she was going to say something else, but unexpectedly, she did not respond. She lowered her head and seemed to be thinking about something. Yang Kai was a little scared. He cupped his hands and said, "If Lady Boss has no other instructions, I will take my leave first." It was not good to stay in a dangerous place. After saying this, he turned around and left without waiting for her reaction. "You don't want your things anymore?" The lady boss's voice suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai turned around in surprise. "What things?" The lady boss smiled and said, "What? Do you think that our first-in would do something like that by force?" Yang Kai was surprised and overjoyed. He said uncertainly, "What do you mean, lady boss?" The lady boss said, "Although you were very uncooperative before, and the golden crow's corpse was snatched by our boss after much effort, the first-in has always been fair and honest when it comes to business. How could we take you for free? If this were to spread, wouldn't outsiders say that our first-in is a bully and that we are robbing you?" Yang Kai could not believe his ears. He hurriedly turned around and rubbed his hands, beaming with joy. "So, the conditions that your first-in mentioned before are still valid?" That was 10 million heaven-opening pills, which guaranteed the protection and materials to reach the 5th stage of heaven opening. Its value was enormous. "In your dreams," the lady boss said grumpily, "if you had cooperated earlier, those conditions naturally would not have changed. But now that the situation has changed, those 2 conditions can only be discounted. I'm sure you understand. Yang Kai was startled for a moment, but he did not pursue the matter. He nodded and said, I understand. Then, how much compensation can I get? This was a pleasant surprise, so there was no need to be polite. The lady boss casually took out a space ring and shook it on her fingertips. There are 10 million heaven-opening pills in here. As she spoke, she tossed the ring over. Chapter 39-31. Yang Kai received the ring, swept it with his divine sense, and was immediately stunned. Inside the ring, there was a small mountain of heaven-opening pills, all of them shining with a glossy luster, almost blinding his eyes. Yang Kai didn't count them in detail, but from a general impression, this number of 10 million was correct. 10 million. This was a full 10 million heaven-opening pills. He had actually obtained them so easily. For anyone who had just entered the starry cosmos world, this was a huge amount of wealth. If one had the means, they could even buy a set of 6th-grade materials with more than enough to spare. Old Fong and Dai, you would never have imagined that they would one day be able to hold a ring with 10 million heaven-opening pills in it. Yang Kai was overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface he maintained a calm expression, secretly thinking that this first in was really quite good. Even now, it was still giving him such a generous compensation, causing him to feel a little guilty. After all, he had absorbed a lot of the Golden Crow's true fire, and he didn't know if the remaining Golden Crow's true fire in the Golden Crow's corpse was enough for another person to condense their fire attribute strength. If it wasn't enough, it was likely he would end up wasting their entire cultivation. However, it wasn't appropriate for Yang Kai to remind others of this, so he could only keep it to himself. Before he could finish his thoughts, though, he heard the lady boss coldly say, I've given you your compensation. Now let's talk about this queen's losses. Yang Kai raised his head in surprise. Losses? What losses? Instinctively feeling that something was wrong, even the space ring on his hand felt a little hot. The lady boss gently sneered, My first-in's business is all about credibility. We have always been honest with our customers. If you give us benefits, our first-in will pay you back. But if you cause losses to our first-in, we will naturally compensate you. It is very fair. Reaching out, she shouted, Count. The bookkeeper stepped out from the crowd, a small golden abacus in his hand, making a crackling sound. A moment later, under the dumbfounded gaze of Yang Kai, the accountant finished his work and presented the abacus to the lady boss, a look of pity on his face as he said to Yang Kai, Including the cost of the room, the total is 20,046,000 pills. The lady boss gently nodded, her slender jade fingers moving the abacus a few times as she lightly said, Round it up and count it as 20 million. Yes, sir. The accountant replied. The lady boss stretched out her hand again, and before Yang Kai could react, the space ring in his hand containing 10 million opening heaven pills was snatched back. The lady boss pinched the space ring and gestured to Yang Kai. This is 10 million. You still owe me 10 million opening heaven pills from the first stack? Yang Kai was a little confused. A moment ago, he had become rich overnight, holding 10 million heaven-opening pills in his hand. In the next instant, he had inexplicably become someone who owed 10 million heaven-opening pills. Then, he became furious. He gritted his teeth and looked at the lady boss. Is it fun to play with people? The lady boss looked at him with her phoenix eyes and said indifferently, Do you think I'm playing with you? This consort doesn't have the time to do such a boring thing. Then what do you mean? Yang Kai's anger surged in his chest, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. He secretly swore in his heart that if this woman didn't tell him the truth, he would immediately summon his blue dragon spear and poke a few holes in her beautiful face. As for whether he could beat her or not, he would fight first. He just happened to have a golden, extinguishing mist golden feather in his hand. What do you mean? The lady boss smiled angrily as she pointed to the side and said, Look for yourself. Yang Kai turned his head and stared for a long time before his eyes began to ache. Only then did he turn back and ask, What are you looking at? There was nothing there. So what the hell was he looking at? The lady boss grit her teeth and slowly said, The first stack was destroyed. What does that have to do with me? Yang Kai swallowed his words halfway. He frowned and vaguely understood what was going on. He said speechlessly, I wasn't the one who destroyed the first stack. Why are you looking for me? The lady boss said, if it wasn't for you, how could the first stack have been destroyed? This consort has been in charge of the first stack for more than 1,300 years. I've been cautious and conscientious and have never made a mistake. But today, because of you, you brat, even the inn has been destroyed. Who else can I look for if not you? Yang Kai said, of course you're looking for the person who did it. Don't worry, none of the people who did it will be able to escape. But you're the cause of this, so you have to take the main responsibility. This consort will compensate you for the loss of 20 million taels. That's not too much, is it? You woman. Yang Kai was furious. Can you still be reasonable? A figure flashed by, and a fragrant wind hit him. A slender, jade-like finger tapped on his chest, a dangerous aura pulsing from the fingertip. Madame Lan narrowed her eyes and said, say what you just said again. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at his chest. His Adam's apple bobbed as he rearranged his words. Lady boss, can't we be a little more reasonable? I sympathize with the destruction of your first stack, but I didn't do anything. Isn't it a little unreasonable for you to settle accounts with me like this? Unreasonable? The lady boss was so angry that she laughed. If you had accepted this consort's conditions earlier, all this wouldn't have happened. How dare you say that this has nothing to do with you? It's my freedom to accept or not. The first stack is open for business. You can't force a deal, can you? The lady boss said, who's forcing a deal with you? It's your freedom to accept or not. But do you dare say that the destruction of the first stack has nothing to do with you? I don't think it has anything to do with me. Yang Kai straightened his neck. The lady boss examined him for a while, then suddenly laughed. She withdrew her hand and flicked her sleeve. It's fine if you don't want to admit it. No one dares to go back on their word with my first stack. Yang Kai cracked his knuckles as he glared fiercely at the lady boss. The lady boss looked at him with a smile on her face, her eyes full of contempt. Behind the lady boss, Bai Qi kept sending him meaningful glances, indicating that he should calm down. After taking a few deep breaths, Yang Kai suppressed his urge to take out the golden annihilation plume and cause a scene. He turned his head and said, I don't have money anyway. 10 million heaven opening pills was an unimaginable number. Where would Yang Kai get them? The lady boss said, I don't expect you to pay me back now. HM? Yang Kai turned his head in surprise. Then, should I write an IOU? It wouldn't be bad if he could get away with an IOU. In any case, the world was big. As long as he was careful, he might not be able to meet the lady boss again. Of course, if the lady boss used her connections in the first stack to look for someone, unless Yang Kai didn't show up in front of others, it really wouldn't be easy for him to escape. Why would I want an IOU? The lady boss snorted disdainfully. She looked him up and down and said indifferently, pay me back with your body. Yang Kai almost vomited blood. He almost thought that he had misheard. What? The lady boss was too lazy to pay attention to him. She called out, bring him along and get ready to go. Bai Qi and the bookkeeper obeyed and went out, sandwiching Yang Kai between them. Yang Kai was stunned. What are you doing? The bookkeeper's dead fish face was expressionless, but Bai Qi kept blinking at him. He didn't know what she was trying to say. Madame Lan raised her hand and summoned a small boat-like artifact. The boat quickly grew bigger and turned into a huge ship more than 100 feet long. It was divided into 3 floors. Then, in a flash, it flew to a wing on the top floor of the ship and disappeared. The other people of the first stack also flew onto the big ship, one after another, and entered the cabin to get busy. Yang Kai was led onto the ship by Bai Qi and the bookkeeper. This ship didn't look very eye-catching on the surface, but Yang Kai could feel that this big ship was obviously much more high-end than the one in Great Moon Province. After all, this was the ship of the lady boss of the first stack. If it was too inferior, it wouldn't be appropriate for her identity. With a buzzing sound, the big ship shook, and then a layer of film visible to the naked eye appeared on the surface, wrapping the whole ship. The next moment, Yang Kai's body shook, feeling that the whole ship was moving in one direction at a very fast speed. Yang Kai was confused. He turned to look at Bai Qi and asked, where are we going? Bai Qi shook her head and said, I don't know. The The lady boss didn't say. You don't know either? He turned to look at the bookkeeper, who let go of him without saying a word and then went into the cabin. Bai Qi stretched and saw that Yang Kai was still depressed. She reached out and patted him on the shoulder and said, Are you still depressed? Aren't you depressed about this? Bai Qi thought about it seriously and nodded. It's quite depressing, but there are pros and cons to everything. We should think positively. Yang Kai said angrily, I don't know what's in it for me. Look over there. Bai Qi pointed. Yang Kai looked in the direction she was pointing and vaguely saw that there seemed to be a big ship standing quietly in the void in the distance. What do you mean? Yang Kai was confused. Bai Qi chuckled. I'm not sure which force that ship belongs to, but if you had gone on the road alone just now, they definitely wouldn't have let you go and would have followed you. It's not hard for you to guess what the consequences would have been, right? Yang Kai frowned and said, But Master Situ has already taken away the Golden Crow's corpse. It's useless for them to find me. Even though that's the case, who knows if you obtained any other benefits from the Suncrow Divine Palace? For example, the Grandson Primordial Fire or Grandson Primordial Gold. Yang Kai was startled. He gritted his teeth and said, You've gone too far. He didn't have the Grandson Primordial Gold, but he did have a lot of Grandson Primordial Fire. He even had 3 fifth-grade ones. Bai Qi patted him on the shoulder. Don't be fooled by the lady boss's cold look. In fact, she's protecting you. After all, whether you're willing or not, you've made a deal with the First In. The First In can't burn the bridge and ignore your life and death, right? If that's the case, I don't know what the world will think of the First In. According to what you're saying, should I go and thank the lady boss? Up to you. Bai Qi shrugged. Yang Kai said angrily, Even so, why did she add 10 million to my debt? If she wanted to protect me, she could have just told me. This. Bai Qi scratched his chin. I'm not too sure. You'll have to ask the lady boss yourself. But then again, the destruction of the First In does have something to do with you. Chapter 39-32. In front of a room on the top floor of the ship, Yang Kai stood in front of the door with a hesitant expression. After hesitating for a long time, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. A lazy voice came from inside the room. Come in. Yang Kai braced himself and pushed the door open. Looking around, the room's decorations could not be considered luxurious. Instead, it gave off a fresh and elegant feeling. A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. It was very pleasant to smell. It was hard to tell if it was a body fragrance or sandalwood. There was no trace of the lady boss. She should be in the inner room. Opening the bead curtain, he walked into the inner room. At a glance, he saw the lady boss lying on a fragrant couch, her hand supporting her temple. Her curves were graceful, and her appearance was lazy. When Yang Kai came in, he did not look at her. He just said indifferently, What's the matter? Kai Yang didn't open his mouth and just stood in front of her, quietly sizing her up. Although he had come into contact with her many times before, each time it was just a battle of words, a secret confrontation. He really didn't have the heart to carefully examine her. Now that he was sizing her up, he discovered that the lady boss really was a heavenly beauty. Her entire body exuded a mature charm. Even if she was just lying there, she still gave off an indescribable temptation. No wonder the guests in the inn often took advantage of her with words. Not many men could easily ignore such a beauty. On the couch, the lady boss suddenly opened her eyes. If you look around again, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Yang Kai lowered his gaze and walked straight up. Under the lady boss's dumbfounded gaze, he directly climbed onto the bed. Crossing over her body, he laid down on the inner side. His entire body spread out. Turning his head, he said with a humiliated expression, Even if you can obtain my body, you can forget about obtaining my heart. The lady boss was stunned. Yang Kai's actions were really too shocking. Even someone as strong as her 6th stage Heaven Splitter cultivation was unable to react for a moment, and Yang Kai climbed onto the bed. As if she had been stung by a scorpion, she bounced up. Standing on the bed, she looked at Yang Kai, trembling with anger. What are you doing? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Didn't you say? After a dozen or so breaths, the door opened with a miserable scream. Yang Kai flew out like an arrow from a bow. He crashed into the ship's light barrier before he could stop himself. Slowly sliding down, Yang Kai covered his chest with his hand and cursed, "You didn't make yourself clear. You said something about paying with your body, and now you're attacking me. Can you still be reasonable?" Scram. Inside the room, the lady boss shouted angrily, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Hearing the commotion, White Seven and the others ran out of the cabin and saw Yang Kai standing there with a look of grief and indignation. There were two large dark circles around his eyes, which were extremely symmetrical. Suddenly, he felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. "What are you looking at? Get back to work." The lady boss roared again. Bai Qi and the others shrank their necks and ran away without a trace. "Crazy woman." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice before returning to the cabin. "What did you say? Say it again." The lady boss's voice sounded. Yang Kai glared angrily at the third floor's room. His mouth squirmed for a long time before he lowered his head and said, "A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him." He plunged into the cabin and found a spare room to live in. The room was not small, and it was fully equipped with all the necessary facilities. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the bed and rubbed his injured eyes, feeling extremely sullen. Previously, when the lady boss said that he would pay with his body, he thought that was something else, but who knew that she didn't mean that at all? That crazy woman just wanted him to work at the first inn to pay back the money. Only when he paid back the 10 million heaven-opening pills would he regain his freedom. Yang Kai didn't know how Bai Qi and the others calculated their wages, but thinking about it, 10 million heaven-opening pills wouldn't be so easy to pay back. He estimated that he would have to follow that crazy woman for the next few decades, or even a century. Thinking of this, Yang Kai sighed. Following the lady boss wasn't without benefits. At the very least, a 6th-grade heaven-opening pill was a great deterrent, so he didn't have to worry about his safety. But following her was also very dangerous. He had secretly absorbed most of the Golden Crow True Fire and condensed the power of the 5 elements fire. If she saw any clues in the future, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Thinking of the Golden Crow True Fire, Yang Kai's heart burned with passion. Previously, when he condensed the power of the 5 elements fire in the Wishful Scepter pouch, he didn't have time to carefully examine it. Only now did he have some free time, so he naturally wanted to see the changes in his body. He calmed his qi and concentrated, examining his body. Within the Dao Seal, 2 lights circulated, one green and one black. The green light surged with vitality, while the black light was reserved and low-key. However, it contained an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. The power of the wood element and the power of the fire element coexisted perfectly within the Dao Seal, creating the alternating red and black colors of the Dao Seal. It looked a bit strange, but it also gave off a feeling of firm strength. The Golden Crow True Fire's power was extraordinary. Now that he had successfully condensed the power of the fire element, Yang Kai increasingly felt that what the lady boss had said before was correct. Only a sufficiently powerful wood element could suppress the Golden Crow True Fire. If the wood element in the Dao Seal wasn't strong enough, then even if it absorbed the Golden Crow True Fire, the Dao Seal would still be in danger of collapsing. And once the Dao Seal collapsed, that would be the destruction of the entire foundation of the martial Dao. At that time, there would only be death. Not only that, but Yang Kai also felt that his strength seemed to have increased somewhat. He couldn't help but feel a trace of understanding. It seemed that his strength was about the same as the strength of the heaven-opening realm. Even if he was an existence that had condensed a Dao Seal, there was still a huge gap in strength. The root of this gap should be the amount of yin, yang, and 5 elements fire element energy condensed. Every time he successfully condensed a portion of energy, his strength would increase by quite a bit. And once he condensed the 5 elements fire element energy, he would experience an explosive growth. This kind of person was usually called half-step heaven opening. Once he truly split open the heavens and earth in his body, his strength would soar once more. Of course, the increase in strength was directly related to the quality of the materials he absorbed. It was a direct relationship. A cultivator that absorbed a 3rd-grade phase material would naturally have a greater increase in strength than a cultivator that absorbed a 7th-grade phase material. Yang Kai felt that his strength had increased quite a bit, but since there was no one to fight in a life-and-death battle, he couldn't make a concrete judgment. No matter what, this was a good thing for him. The trip to the Golden Crow Divine Palace had made him feel an urgent need to increase his strength once more. He didn't want to experience being chased by a large group of heaven-opening realm cultivators again. Inwardly, he decided that unless he had no other choice, he definitely wouldn't rashly use the Golden Crow True Flame. Otherwise, it was extremely likely that his secret would be exposed. Now that the fire element energy had been completely condensed and its quality satisfied Yang Kai's requirements, even if he didn't know what grade the Golden Crow True Flame was, there was no doubt that it was at least 7th grade. From wood to fire, from fire to earth. The next step was to condense the formless earth element energy. Being able to obtain the Golden Crow True Flame this time was a coincidence, but where would he go to find 7th grade earth element materials, or even 7th grade earth element materials? A 7th grade material, if converted into heaven-opening pills, would be worth at least 150 million pills. Yang Kai even suspected that this was not something that could be purchased with heaven-opening pills. Once this kind of treasure appeared, just like the sun's true gold, it would definitely attract countless masters to compete for it. Even if some great force had such a material, it would likely only serve as a strategic resource. What did he have that could be exchanged with those factions? Yang Kai couldn't think of anything no matter how he thought about it. Furthermore, without enough strength to act as a guarantee, he didn't have the qualifications to exchange anything with others. There was no point in thinking about this for now. The fire element energy had just been condensed and needed some time to properly stabilize. The large ship continued to fly, heading to some unknown destination. Just as he was meditating, a series of knocks suddenly came from the door. Yang Kai frowned and got up to open the door. He saw Bai Qi holding a tray with a few exquisite side dishes and a pot of wine on it. The fragrance of the dishes assailed his nostrils. Yang Kai forced a smile and turned to the side. "Come in." Bai Qi was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said, "These things aren't for you." Yang Kai was speechless. "If you're not for me to eat, why did you bring it here?" Bai Qi pointed up. "The lady boss wants it." Yang Kai was puzzled. "The lady boss wants you to bring it to her. Why did you bring it to me?" Bai Qi looked at him sympathetically. "The lady boss specifically asked you to bring it to her." After saying that, she stuffed the tray into Yang Kai's hands and didn't care about his reaction. "I'll leave it to you. Do a good job." Looking at Bai Qi's departing figure, Yang Kai stood there in a daze for a long time before he flew into a rage. "You've gone too far." He raised the tray high and wanted to throw it on the ground, but after a long time, he didn't throw it. The corners of his eyes twitched. He thought to himself, "Does that crazy woman really think of me as a waiter in the shop? How can she be so arrogant?" Taking a few deep breaths to calm the anger in his heart, Yang Kai looked at the few side dishes on the tray in his hand and wished he could spit a few mouthfuls of saliva on them. However, considering that the lady boss might be monitoring this place, it was better not to do so. "What are you waiting for? Get up here." The lady boss's voice came into his ears. Yang Kai shivered and secretly cursed that this woman was indeed paying attention to this place. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively just now. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer. "I'm coming. Why are you rushing me?" Yang Kai responded angrily and walked out with the tray. He stomped to the top floor and kicked open the door. Before he walked in, a gust of wind blew in his face, blowing him back. "Didn't your master tell you to knock before you enter the house?" With a bang, the door closed, almost knocking Yang Kai's nose out of joint. After standing in front of the door for a while, Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is anyone home?" "Come in." The lady boss's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered the inner room. He put the tray on the table and said, "Here's what you want. Enjoy." "Where are you going?" the lady boss asked. Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Back to rest. What else do you want?" The lady boss still maintained the same lazy posture as before. Her rosy little mouth pointed at the table and said, "Fill it up." Chapter 39-33. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched for a moment, but under the gaze of the lady boss, Yang Kai picked up the wine jug and poured himself a glass of wine. The lady boss, who was reclining on the bed, stretched out her delicate jade-white hand and gestured. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then laughed out of anger. "Are you that lazy?" She was clearly torturing him, but he couldn't win against her, so he could only pass the wine cup to someone else. The lady boss was very forthright. She drank it in one gulp, then rubbed the wine cup between her fingers. She squinted at him, not convinced. Yang Kai looked up at the roof. "I don't dare. Anyway, I'm in your hands. You can kill me or scrape me as you wish." The lady boss chuckled. "If you're not convinced, just say it out loud. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to her. This woman just didn't know what she was talking about. The more he paid attention to her, the more arrogant she became. The lady boss said lazily, "The first hotel is famous. Many people want to join but don't have the connections. Now that you're lucky enough to join, I don't know how many people will envy you. Brat, don't take it for granted." Yang Kai turned to look at her and laughed. The lady boss looked at him and said, "You'll be working under me in the future. Are you going to treat me with this attitude?" Yang Kai said in a bad mood, "Then what kind of attitude do you want?" The lady boss said, "I don't want you to be respectful, but you should at least show some respect. If other people see you like this, how can I discipline them? I was born like this." The lady boss snorted. She was obviously very dissatisfied with his attitude, but she didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, she said, "Where is your home?" No comment. "Who's in your home?" No comment. After asking several questions and not getting any decent answers, the lady boss seemed to gradually lose her patience. She waved her hand and said, "You can leave now." Yang Kai clasped his hands and turned to leave. The lady boss's voice came from behind. "From now on, you'll be in charge of my 3 meals a day, as well as washing and washing." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at her, only to see that the lady boss had already lowered her head and was absent-mindedly holding her wine cup, as if she was thinking about something. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the current lady boss gave off an inexplicable sense of weakness, completely different from the feeling that the 6th stage heaven opening expert gave off. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said in a muffled voice, "I know." When he returned to his room, before he could sit down, Bai Qi pushed the door open and entered. She closed the door behind her and asked sneakily like a thief, "Lady boss didn't make things difficult for you, right?" Yang Kai slapped the table and said angrily, "That's too much." Bai Qi was shocked and grabbed his arm. "What are you doing? Keep your voice down." Looking at Yang Kai's furious expression, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Yang Kai said, "You don't know. That stinky woman actually asked me to be in charge of her 3 meals a day in the future. She can't starve to death even if she doesn't eat for 1,000 years. But now she actually wants me to eat 3 meals a day. It's a joke. I've never served a woman in my life. She's tormenting me and taking revenge on me." No. Bai Qi persuaded, "There's no enmity between us. Why would the lady boss take revenge on you? In fact, the lady boss has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You'll know when you get along with her for a long time." Yang Kai sneered. "I'm just afraid that I won't live long in her hands." Bai Qi laughed. "How could? Forget it. Let's not talk about it." Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped her. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since she wants to play, I'll play with her. Let's see who can't hold on first." The following days were calm. Although there were dangers everywhere outside the universe, the first in ship was a huge sign. In the 3,000 worlds, there were not many people who dared to have designs on the first in. Yang Kai was busy every day. He was in charge of the 3 meals a day for the lady boss. He delivered them to her on time and collected the cutlery after a while. He didn't know if the lady boss ate anything. Anyway, the food he delivered was almost the same as the food he collected. Yang Kai was angry. He did things silently every time and didn't communicate much with the lady boss. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in his room. Bai Qi came uninvited again and directly gave him an exquisite bamboo basket. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai asked. Bai Qi said, "In 2 hours, We will pass by a world called the Juyo continent. There is a place called the Heavenly Mountain there. You go to the Heavenly Mountain, find their leader, and give this basket to him. Then you don't have to worry about it." "Alone?" Yang Kai was stunned. Bai Qi nodded. "Yes, alone. Come back as soon as you're done. Don't mess it up." As she spoke, she didn't care about Yang Kai's reaction and walked straight out. Yang Kai was confused as he held the bamboo basket. He frowned and stood there for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what was going on. He lowered his head and looked at the bamboo basket. It didn't seem to be special. The weaving was very exquisite, but there were no powerful restrictions. It was not a secret treasure. It looked like it was used to store things. Juyo Continent, Heavenly Mountain. Yang Kai silently memorized it. 2 hours later, the ship that had been sailing for several days suddenly stopped. Yang Kai walked out of his room and stood on the deck, looking around. At a glance, he saw a beautiful world in the distance. Even though it was quite a distance away, the aura of the world of heaven and earth rushed towards him. This should be the Juyo continent. Yang Kai's heart flashed with a trace of understanding. Carrying the bamboo basket in his hand, he flew into the sky. The ship stopped at just the right distance, so it only took half an hour for Yang Kai to arrive at the world of heaven and earth. He broke through the clouds and the barrier of this world and directly descended into this world. This was not the first time Yang Kai had come to another world. When he was ordered to hunt down Feng Tai in the Seven Openings land, he had seen the scenery of this world once. This world seemed to be more powerful than that world, almost the same as the star boundary. At the very least, when Yang Kai broke through the barrier of this world and entered this world, he immediately felt several powerful divine senses sweep over him. As one of the great emperors of the star boundary, Yang Kai was very familiar with this aura and knew that this was the instinctive response of the great emperors of this world when they detected the aura of a master. Immediately, Yang Kai's skin tightened. Although he was now much stronger than when he had just been promoted to the great emperors, this was the territory of others after all. Others had the backing of the entire world of heaven and earth, while he did not have the support of the star boundary, so the strength he could display was limited. If he really fought with the great emperors in this place, Yang Kai estimated that even if he was a low-rank heaven splitter, he would still be at a disadvantage. Just as he was considering how to express his intentions and identity, the several powerful divine senses flashed and disappeared without a trace. There was even a strand of divine sense that showed obvious goodwill to him before it disappeared. Yang Kai was baffled. Just as he was puzzled, he saw a figure rushing towards him from afar, and a gentle and old voice sounded in his ears. "Sect Master Bao Zitong of Heaven Mountain greets the special envoy. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you." When the first word was spoken, the person was still far away. But when the last word fell, the person was already standing in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked over and saw a rosy-faced fat old man not far in front of him looking at him with a smile. The old man did not look special, but Yang Kai could feel the aura of the same kind from him. This old man was the great emperors of this world, and judging from the aura, he should be the person who showed goodwill to him just now. It turned out that the sect master of Heaven Mountain in this world was a great emperor's. This was easy. He was still considering whether to ask for the way to Heaven Mountain, but now that the other party had taken the initiative to welcome him, there was no need to waste his time. But what was with the special envoy? Suppressing his doubts, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Yang Kai greets Sect Master Bao." Sect Master Bao is too polite. No matter which world it was, those who could become great emperors were extremely rare and were blessed by their respective worlds' heavens and earth. So even though this Bao Zedong looked unremarkable in his own domain, Yang Kai did not dare show the slightest disrespect. "So it's Special Envoy Yang." Bao Zitong smiled from ear to ear. "Special Envoy Yang has such a cultivation at such a young age. It really makes me feel ashamed." "Sect Master Bao is too kind," Yang Kai said politely, then changed the topic. "To be honest, Sect Master Bao, although I am here to look for you, I don't know the reason. May I ask what is the meaning of Special Envoy?" Bao Zitong smiled and pointed at the basket on Yang Kai's arm. "The one who holds this basket is the Special Envoy." Yang Kai looked down at the basket and said in realization, You recognize this basket? That's easy. No wonder the other party took the initiative to welcome him when he just arrived. It turned out that he recognized the basket. He thought that Bai Qi had already greeted the other party. Bao Zedong said, "This is not the place to talk. Special Envoy Yang, please follow me." As he said that, Bao Zedong stepped forward and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. In the next moment, Yang Kai's vision started to move. He knew that this was the divine technique unique to the great emperors. In this world, any great emperors who were born in the Nine Serenities continent could go anywhere they wanted. This was slightly different from the space divine technique. In just an instant, the two of them appeared in front of a grand hall. The hall was huge, and a large group of cultivators were waiting respectfully in front of it. When they saw the two of them, they said in unison, "Greetings, Sect Master, Special Envoy." Their voices were loud and clear, and the formation was not small. It was obvious that they had been prepared. Yang Kai cupped his hands slightly. In the crowd, a woman in a palace dress stepped forward. She first bowed slightly to Yang Kai, then stretched out her hands. Yang Kai turned to look at Bao Zedong, asking for his opinion. The latter smiled and said, "Basket." Yang Kai suddenly understood and quickly handed the basket to the woman. He nodded and said, "Thank you." He did not know what the basket was for. Bai Qi did not explain clearly before, but the people of Sky Mountain obviously knew. Since that was the case, he did not need to ask too much. He just needed to cooperate. Chapter 39-34. The woman took the basket and soared into the sky, disappearing in no time. Bao Zedong gestured with his hand. "Special Envoy Yang, please come in for a chat." Yang Kai nodded. "Thank you for your hospitality." He followed Bao Zedong into the main hall and took his seat. Immediately, a maid served high-quality tea and a plate of rare fruits. The fragrance of the tea filled the air, and the fresh fruits were fragrant. Not to mention the tea, the fruits on the plate were ones that Yang Kai had never seen before. They were obviously specialties of this world, so he casually took a few to taste. The taste was not bad, and for a cultivator with a lower cultivation, it should have the effect of increasing cultivation. However, for people like him and Bao Zedong, it was useless. At most, it was just a taste. While drinking tea and eating fruits, he casually chatted with Bao Zedong. The atmosphere gradually warmed up. After a while, Bao Zedong asked, "How is Madame recently?" Yang Kai guessed that he was probably asking about the lady boss, Madame Lan. So he nodded and said, "I'm in high spirits." He was in high spirits. Which 6th order Kai Tian realm cultivator needed 3 meals a day? Bao Zedong smiled. "That's good." He sighed. "Madame is also a person with a hard life." Yang Kai raised his head. "Why do you say that?" Although he had a lot of contact with the lady boss, strictly speaking, he didn't know her at all. He only knew that this woman was a 6th pin splitter with a strong background. Therefore, when he heard Bao Zedong say that she had a hard life, he couldn't help but be interested. These days, he had been tormented by the lady boss. He was full of pent-up anger, but he couldn't beat her. He couldn't wait to hear her say something bad to balance his mood. Bao Zedong waved his hand. "I misspoke. Please don't take it to heart, Special Envoy Yang." Yang Kai immediately looked disgusted. However, since the other party didn't say anything, he couldn't ask. He could only say, "Oh right, Sect Leader Bao, although I'm here under orders, I don't know what to do specifically. Does Sect Leader Bao have any advice?" Bao Zedong didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "How long has Special Envoy Yang been following Madame?" "It's only been a few days." Yang Kai smiled embarrassedly. Strictly speaking, he was forced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed that crazy woman everywhere. Bao Zedong said, "No wonder. Actually, it's not a big deal. There's a kind of spiritual fruit on Tianshan Mountain called the Snowy Skyline. It tastes unique and can't be found anywhere else. Madame likes the Snowy Skyline very much. Every time she passes by the 9th underworld, she sends people to pick some and take them away." Snowy Skyline? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. This name sounded somewhat poetic and picturesque, but he didn't know what kind of spirit fruit it was that the lady boss, a 6th stage heaven splitter, couldn't forget it. Every time she passed by here, she would pick it. He had to take a good look at it later. Only then did he understand why Bai Qi gave him a bamboo basket. It turned out that she was here to pick spiritual fruits. That snowy skyline. As Bao Zedong spoke, a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his interest waned, and he said, "Let's not talk about it anymore. Since Special Envoy Yang is Madame's man, he will understand in the future." This old man always speaks halfway. Yang Kai couldn't wait to use the black dragon spear to pry open his mouth. Bao Zedong obviously realized this as well. In the following conversation, he deliberately led the conversation to the topic of cultivation. Instead, he chatted happily with Yang Kai. When Yang Kai asked why he hadn't jumped out of the shackles of this universe and gone to the vast sky since he had already become one of the great emperors, Bao Zedong smiled and said, "I'm already old and have lost the heart to forge ahead. What can I do even if I jump out of the shackles of this universe?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "Then sect leader Bao is going to stay in the ninth underworld forever?" Bao Zedong said magnanimously, "The ninth underworld gave birth to me and raised me. I'm also willing to use the rest of my life to protect this world." Yang Kai nodded and couldn't help but think of the Star Realm. If Emo Sheng hadn't tormented the Star Realm, would he have come outside of this universe? Would he be willing to wither and grow old there for the rest of his life? Yang Kai himself couldn't think of the answer to this question. An hour later, the woman who had taken the basket away entered the hall and respectfully placed the basket on the table beside Yang Kai. She curtsied and said, "Special Envoy Master, the snowy skyline has been harvested." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded and looked at the spirit fruits in the bamboo basket. He found that the snowy skyline fruits were all about the size of a baby's fist. They were all reddish-black in color and were all about the same size. Obviously, they had been carefully selected. After all, these were for the lady boss, so Heavenly Mountain didn't dare to be careless. There was a faint fragrance, but he didn't know how it tasted. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. "Sect leader Bao, this matter is over. I'll take my leave first." Bao Zedong said, "Special Envoy Yang, take care. When you see Madame later, please send my regards and thank her for protecting the ninth underworld all these years." "I will." Yang Kai nodded and walked out with the basket. Bao Zedong saw him off politely. It was much easier to leave the ninth underworld. Unlike when he came, he didn't need to break the world barrier anymore. Bao Zedong must have communicated with the world force of the ninth underworld and let him go. At the same time, Bai Qi stood before the lady boss in a room on the top floor of the first inn. She lowered her head solemnly and obediently. As usual, the lady boss was lying on the fragrant couch with her eyes closed. After a long time, the lady boss suddenly said, "He's not back yet?" Bai Qi shook her head. "No, I'm afraid he ran away." The lady boss didn't say anything. Bai Qi said, "He wasn't willing to join the first inn in the first place. Now that he got the chance, he would naturally run away. Why would he come back?" "If he ran away, then so be it," the lady boss said lightly. "If he really ran away, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with the first inn." Stunned, Bai Qi said, "Lady boss, since you knew this would happen, why did you still want him to go to the nine underworlds continent? Moreover, why did you let him go there alone?" After she finished asking, she came to a realization and said, "I understand now. You just wanted to see if he would take the opportunity to escape." The lady boss said leisurely, "I didn't think so much. I just didn't like him." Bai Qi was speechless. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the lady boss suddenly open her eyes. A light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "What's the matter?" Bai Qi asked. "He's back." The lady boss closed her eyes again. Bai Qi didn't understand at first, but she quickly reacted and turned to leave the room. She stood on the deck and looked at the ninth underworld. After a while, a figure came from there at an extremely fast speed. Who else could it be but Yang Kai? He didn't run away. Bai Qi couldn't believe it. She thought that Yang Kai would definitely take this rare opportunity to get rid of the first inn. Who knew that he would come back? Is this guy a fool? If she were in his shoes, Bai Qi reckoned that she would definitely run away. After a while, Yang Kai landed on the deck. The colorful light on his body dissipated, revealing his figure. When he looked up, he saw Bai Qi staring at him in a daze. Yang Kai looked around and frowned. Why are you looking at me like that? Bai Qi crossed her arms and touched her chin with one hand. She sized up Yang Kai and said in surprise, I suddenly realized that you look like someone. Why didn't I notice it before? Who? Yang Kai asked. Bai Qi shook her head and didn't say much. Instead, she pointed at the room on the top floor of the ship, indicating that the lady boss was waiting for him. Yang Kai snorted and leaped to the door of the room. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Lady boss, I'm back. Come in. The lady boss's lazy voice came from inside the room. Yang Kai pushed the door and entered. On the deck, White Seven had a thoughtful expression on her face. She shook her head and walked into the cabin. She kept muttering, why didn't I notice it before? How strange. She ran to the accountant's room and told him about it. The accountant stared at her with dead eyes. Are you blind? You only noticed it now after drinking with him all day? You knew? Bai Qi was surprised. The accountant said, I saw it when he first entered the shop. Bai Qi suddenly understood. No wonder our lady boss wanted him to stay. So that's the reason. Then, is that why she kept tormenting Yang Kai? Suddenly, she said with a bitter face, then, isn't it over? The lady boss finally got over the past, and now she's going to be reminded of something sad again. What should she do in the future? The accountant said, I've been thinking about this recently. I finally thought of a way to solve this once and for all. Do you want to hear it? Tell me. Bai Qi nodded. The accountant said in a low voice, you find a chance to bring Yang Kai out, and then we'll kill him together. As he spoke, he reached out and wiped his neck. The corner of Bai Qi's eyes twitched. Is this your so-called once-and-for-all method? The accountant said matter-of-factly, is there any other way? No, it's not appropriate. Bai Qi shook her head. We still don't know what the lady boss's attitude is. If we make the lady boss more sad, then we'll be sinners. The accountant sighed and said, this is also a problem. The key is what the lady boss thinks. Why don't you go and ask around? Bai Qi immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. You know what the situation is like every time. We can't go to the lady boss for at least 3 days. Otherwise, we'll be courting death. Hearing this, the accountant couldn't help but shudder. He seemed to think of something terrible and said decisively, I'll go into seclusion first. I'll hide for a few days. You go and tell the others that no one is to provoke the lady boss in these 3 days. I've said it before. We're all old people in the inn. Who needs reminding? Forget it. I'll go back and hide for a few days. In the wing room on the top floor, Yang Kai entered the inner room, put the bamboo basket on the table and said, Lady boss, I've brought the things back. If you don't have any other orders, I'll go down first. He didn't know why the lady boss had a special liking for this snowy mountain. On the way back, he secretly ate one out of curiosity. He found that the fruit was astringent and bitter, and also a little sour. It was completely unpalatable. However, he heard from Bao Zedong that the lady boss would ask people to pick it every time she passed by the land of Nine Nether. It could only be said that everyone had their own preferences. Chapter 39-35. On the couch, the lady boss remained indifferent. Yang Kai waited for a while before cupping his hands, putting the basket on the table, and turning around to leave. Returning to his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Now that the Dao Seal had condensed the power of the 5 elements fire, and although its quality had met Yang Kai's expectations, it still needed some time to stabilize. This could not be rushed. It needed time to settle. Moreover, he did not know where to find the next 5 elements earth element, so he could make use of this free time. Yang Kai could clearly feel the destructive aura of the 5 elements fire element in his Dao Seal. If this kind of power was used against an enemy, it would definitely play a big role. Unfortunately, the characteristics of the Golden Crow True Fire were too obvious, and it was different from the Wood Element Force. The Wood Element Force was used on the user, so it was silent and difficult for others to detect. The Fire Element Force was different. If he did not have complete confidence, it was very likely to be exposed, and it would be difficult to deal with the aftermath. He secretly decided that unless he had no other choice, he would never use the Fire Element Force in his Dao Seal. This thing was like his Dragon Form secret technique, a trump card at the bottom of the box. Above the Tao seal, two lights of green and black circulated, alternating and changing, looking very mysterious. While meditating, Yang Kai suddenly heard a strange sound. He could not help opening his eyes and carefully perceiving it. At first, this sound was a little unclear, but after careful observation, it seemed to be the cry of a woman, but this cry was very suppressed. If it were not for Yang Kai's current state of mind and perception, he would not have heard it. In this vast void, how could there be a woman crying, and crying so sadly, as if she had encountered a very sad matter? Yang Kai suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He did not want to pay much attention to it, but the sound continued to enter his ears, so he did not even have the mood to meditate. Frowning slightly, he got up and opened the door, following the sound. A moment later, Yang Kai stood on the deck of the ship, looking up at the top floor with a blank expression. The woman's soft sobbing came from the top floor. In other words, was the lady boss crying? Yang Kai thought he had sensed wrongly. The lady boss was a 6-stage heaven splitter. Even in the 3,000 worlds, she was still a powerhouse. How could she cry so sadly in secret? However, the source of the sound was definitely not wrong. It was indeed coming from the top floor. To think that you would have such a day. Yang Kai was very happy. Although he didn't know what the lady boss was sad about, he had been tormented by her for the past few days. At this moment, listening to her sorrowful cry was like the sound of nature, refreshing his heart. Standing on the deck and listening attentively for a while, Yang Kai put his hands behind his back and strode back to his residence. The gloomy mood of the past few days was swept away. A day later, Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, looked up at the ceiling with a face full of anger, gnashing his teeth. It was not over yet. He did not know what sad thing that crazy woman had encountered, but she had cried for a day and a night. However, her cultivation was high. Even if she hid and cried secretly, it could still affect the mood of others. Yang Kai was disturbed to the point that he could not calm down at all, and even his mood became extremely bad. Furious, Yang Kai turned over and got out of bed. A moment later, in front of the lady boss's room, Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. Lady boss, lady boss. No one in the room responded, but the crying did not stop. I'm coming in, Yang Kai said, and directly pushed the door open. Passing through the outer room, Kai Yang entered the inner room. Sweeping his eyes around, his face suddenly twitched. The originally clean and tidy room was now a complete mess. Fruit pits were scattered all over the floor, tables and benches were all over the place, and the entire room was filled with a thick smell of alcohol. Looking to the side, the bamboo basket he brought back was half empty. Needless to say, it was eaten by the lady boss. Otherwise, there would not be so many fruit pits on the floor. He really did not understand how the lady boss ate that bitter and astringent fruit. Turning his head to look at the bed, Yang Kai frowned. He saw that in the corner of the bed, the lady boss was hugging her knees and curled up, her head buried in the gap between her knees. She was sobbing softly, her shoulders trembling. Yang Kai did not expect this scene. At this moment, the lady boss of the first and looked too weak as a homeless and injured kitten. His heart was slightly moved, and he sighed inwardly. What sad thing did she encounter? How did she end up like this? In the end, she was still a woman. No matter how strong she was, she still had her weak moments. His mood of gloating slightly faded. Yang Kai bent down to pick up the tables and chairs on the floor. He also picked up the fruit pits that were scattered on the floor one by one, as well as a few empty wine jars. After tidying up, Yang Kai stood in front of the bed and thought for a while, but he did not know how to comfort her. The most important thing was that he did not know what happened to her. He could only sigh and reach out to pat the lady boss's shoulder. Lady boss, 9 out of 10 times, life is not as you wish. Let bygones be bygones, don't cry anymore. The sobbing lady boss slowly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai. Their eyes met, and the corner of Yang Kai's eyes fiercely twitched. At this time, the lady boss was like a pear blossom in the rain. Her 2 beautiful eyes were swollen like peaches, and her face was full of tears. Her long eyelashes had tears on them, and her face was intoxicatingly red. Just by looking at her, One could feel what it meant to be heartbroken. Young Kai tried to squeeze out a harmless smile and lowered his head to look at her. The lady boss's vision slowly focused, and the original delicate charm was gradually replaced by coldness. She pursed her lips and gritted her teeth, saying, "It's you, you stinking brat." And Young Kai instinctively felt that something was wrong. The lady boss looked like, why did it seem like she was drunk? A sixth-stage heaven splitter could also get drunk? You still dare to come back? The lady boss said hatefully. Her eyes were full of blood and tears of accusation. Yang Kai was confused. The next moment, his arm tightened. Looking down, he saw that the lady boss had already reached out and grabbed his arm. A violent force rushed through his arm and into his body. In a split second, Yang Kai's face changed greatly. He only felt that he was like a leaf that fell into a vast ocean. He could not exert any strength at all. Facing the storm that could come at any time, he could only resign himself to fate. The power of a sixth-stage heaven splitter was actually so terrifying. While he was still in shock and confusion, the lady boss had already used some strength in her wrist and directly threw him to the ground with a thud. Immediately after, the lady boss jumped down from the couch. With one hand clamping down on Yang Kai, she did not let him have the strength to resist. With the other hand, she and her two legs fell on Yang Kai like raindrops. As she punched and kicked, she gritted her teeth and scolded, "Little bastard, you still dare to come back? You still have the face to come back? Why didn't you die outside? Why did you come back now?" The sound of banging was endless. At first, Yang Kai was able to fend off a few of the blows, but after a while, he could not resist at all. He could only hug his head with both hands and curl up on the ground to protect his face, silently enduring this inexplicable beating. After an unknown amount of time, the lady boss's arms and legs slowly lost strength. Finally, she sat on the ground and pounded Yang Kai with her fists while crying loudly. Her cries were heart-wrenching and heartbroken. Tears fell down her cheeks like beads from a broken necklace, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai raised his head, his face ferocious. He wanted to scold her, but when he saw her like this, he could not do so. He could only hatefully say, "Crazy woman, why are you hitting me?" He came over to comfort her with good intentions, but he did not expect to be beaten to the ground. The anger in Yang Kai's heart could not be extinguished even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. The lady boss, who was crying loudly, immediately stopped. Her tears were still falling, but she still looked at Yang Kai and asked, "You scolded me?" Her eyes were hazy with drunkenness, and it was obvious that she was still somewhat delirious. "So what if I scolded you?" Yang Kai also lost his temper. He could not scold her even if he could not win. "Crazy woman, crazy woman, crazy woman." The lady boss stared at him and suddenly smiled. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck, strangling him in front of her. She used her other hand to rub his head. "Stinky brat, you're still the same as before." He had never had his head rubbed like this before. An inexplicable sense of shame rose from his heart. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and gathered his strength to break free from the lady boss's grasp, but he could not move at all under the restraint of the 6th stage heaven splitter. "Since you're back, don't leave. Come drink with me," the lady boss shouted. She reached out and grabbed a jar of wine. She did not care whether Yang Kai was willing or not. She opened his mouth and lifted his neck slightly, then poured the wine in the jar down his throat. The cold wine rolled down his throat, followed by a burning sensation. Not long after, the entire jar of wine was forced into his stomach. His abdomen was burning, and Yang Kai saw stars. His only thought was that this wine was a bit too strong. Even someone as strong as his dragon bloodline physique could not bear it, and became drunk so quickly. No wonder the lady boss was drunk. This wine was clearly not ordinary wine. It was very likely that it was specially brewed. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Since you're back, don't leave." The lady boss was crying and laughing at the side. He did not know what was wrong with her. After forcing Yang Kai to drink the jar of wine, she picked up a snowy sky-lined fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, muttering, "This is what you like to eat. Eat more." Like your grandpa. Only a ghost would like to eat this kind of bitter and astringent fruit. He wanted to resist, but unfortunately, after drinking that jar of wine, his entire body became soft and intoxicated. He was stuffed into the lady boss' mouth, and the meat and the core were all eaten into his stomach. The scene in front of him was heavy. Trying to maintain his last bit of clarity, Yang Kai used both his hands and feet to struggle out of the lady boss's embrace. He then crawled towards the door, weakly shouting, "Old Bai, help." Chapter 39-36. He hadn't crawled far when he felt something tighten around his ankle. He was probably caught by the lady boss, and then his whole body was dragged back. "Drink more." The lady boss pinched open Yang Kai's mouth and poured the wine down his throat. The world spun around him. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai slowly woke up. He felt that his mouth was extremely dry and his throat was burning. He opened his eyes and looked up, only to see a pink gauze curtain. He was slightly startled and absent-minded. After a while, some chaotic and blurry memories gradually came back to him. He seemed to have come to see what had happened to the lady boss, and then he was violently beaten up by her. After that, she forced him to drink a few jars of wine, and then he lost consciousness. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he was caught and forced to drink the second jar of wine. As for what happened after that, he had no recollection of it at all. He didn't know what kind of wine it was, but it was actually so strong. Just 2 jars of wine was enough to make him drunk. Where was this? He stared at the pink gauze curtain above his head and thought for a long time. Only then did he realize that he couldn't have been on the lady boss's bed, right? This gauze curtain was obviously the thing on the lady boss's bed. He had a terrible headache. He wanted to reach out and rub it, but found that his arm was being pillowed by something. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened. His drunkenness was swept away, and his whole body felt uncomfortable. The thing that was pillowed on his arm wasn't anything but the lady boss's head. At this moment, the lady boss was lying on her side next to him, curled up and sleeping soundly. He didn't know what she was dreaming of, but there was a faint smile on her lips. He didn't know how long she had been in this position, but Yang Kai felt that his arm was a little numb. He felt his hair stand on end. This scene was really a little scary. It wasn't that the lady boss wasn't beautiful or good-looking. On the contrary, the lady boss was a natural beauty. She had the face and the figure. He was afraid that no man would be indifferent to her. If there was someone who could sleep with her, that would be something that he couldn't ask for more. Most importantly, this person was the lady boss. Yang Kai had been tormented by her for the past few days. Previously, when he came over to comfort her, he was beaten up by her. If she knew that he not only got into her bed, but also hugged her to sleep for a long time, Yang Kai reckoned that no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough for him to survive. Fortunately, the lady boss's clothes were still neat. Looking at himself, although he was a little embarrassed, there were no signs of him taking off his clothes. In other words, nothing should have happened when he was delirious. This made Yang Kai secretly sigh in relief. The current situation was not the worst. If something really happened, then it would be over. Even though that was the case, their current situation was extremely ambiguous. If others were to see them, they would probably do something. No matter what, it was best to retreat first. After making up his mind, Yang Kai held his breath and carefully pulled his arm out from under the lady boss's jade neck. Then, he tiptoed over her body and quietly got off the bed. Turning his head, he saw that the floor was full of wine jars. The entire room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. Drinking really made things worse. He had only heard people say this before, but he had self-discipline. Even if he drank, he would not drink excessively. So, he had never experienced it before. Now that he was forced to get drunk, he finally had a profound experience. Not having the time to clean up, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the lady boss who was still lying on the bed. He gave her a big fist and tiptoed out. Gently opening the door, Yang Kai flashed out and carefully closed the door, not making the slightest sound. The whole process was like that of a thief. If he didn't deliberately suppress it, he would definitely be able to hear his own heartbeat. After doing all this, Yang Kai's anxious heart finally relaxed. It was not good to stay in this place for a long time. It was more important to go back to his room quickly. Yang Kai buttoned his clothes as he turned around and jumped down, landing directly on the deck. When he looked up, he saw White Seven standing in front of him with a bucket of hot water. When their eyes met, White Seven was stunned. Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded. He was already very guilty. He didn't expect to bump into this guy when he turned his head. He quickly tidied up his clothes and said, "Brother White, are you busy?" And White Seven nodded subconsciously. "Then I'll leave you to it. I'll go back first," Yang Kai said. With his hands behind his back, he walked into the cabin step by step. White Seven stared at his back in a daze. Then he looked up at the wing on the top floor. The bucket in his hand fell to the deck with a crash, and the hot water spilled all over the floor. Pretending to be calm, Yang Kai returned to his room. He wiped the cold sweat on his head. Before he could sit down, he heard a loud bang from the door. Then, 3 big men rushed in. All of them looked gloomy and murderous. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai was shocked. He looked warily at White Seven, the accountant, and the cook who were approaching him. At the same time, he slowly retreated. The 3 of them didn't say a word. They cooperated tacitly and subdued Yang Kai on the bed in 2 to 3. The accountant held the golden abacus high in his hand and was about to smash it. The cook put the polished kitchen knife on Yang Kai's forehead. White Seven even wrapped the white towel around Yang Kai's neck twice and tightened it. Yang Kai said in a hoarse voice, "Let's talk nicely. Why are you touching me?" Bai Qi leaned down, almost touching Yang Kai's face. With a ferocious expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "Smelly brat, I'll ask you something. Answer me honestly. If you dare to lie, I'll immediately take your life." Ask me. Ask me." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. There were 3 of them. He couldn't beat them at all. White Seven's eyes were red. "Where were you last night?" "Where else could I be?" "Of course, I was in the room." He was right. He was in the room, but it wasn't his own room. "How dare you be so stubborn when you're about to die? Teach him a lesson." White Seven tilted his head at the cook, who immediately raised the kitchen knife in his hand. "Wait." Yang Kai was shocked. These guys were serious. If they cut him with the knife, how could he survive? "I gave you a chance, so you should cherish it. I'll ask you again. Where were you last night?" White Seven gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai was embarrassed. He was speechless. "Didn't you see it? Why are you still asking me? What I saw might not be the truth. I want you to tell me yourself. Where were you last night?" "Lady boss. In the room." Yang Kai scratched his face. His eyes were wandering, and he had an embarrassed smile on his face. After he finished speaking, he felt the towel wrapped around his neck suddenly tighten. The kitchen knife on his head also emitted a sharp aura. White Seven tightened the towel. His eyes were red, and he was panting heavily. "Did you do it?" "What? What did you do?" Yang Kai couldn't breathe because of the towel. He kept slapping his arm. "I asked you if you did it." White Seven gritted his teeth and repeated, "I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Lady Boss and I are innocent. We didn't do anything." Yang Kai stuck out his tongue and defended himself with difficulty. "Really?" White Seven still had a look of disbelief on his face. It was mainly because the scene just now was too suggestive. Yang Kai ran out of Lady Boss's room early in the morning with disheveled clothes. It was hard for him not to think too much. "It's absolutely true." Yang Kai hurriedly raised 3 fingers and swore to the heavens. White Seven stared at him seriously. After a long while, the redness in his eyes slowly dissipated. With a shake of his hand, he pulled down the towel wrapped around Yang Kai's neck. He stood by the bed and looked down at Yang Kai. "Tell me what happened. You'd better not lie at all. Otherwise, us brothers will not let you off easily." As he spoke, he held one end of the towel in each hand and shook it a few times. The accountant waved his golden abacus at the side, making a clattering sound. The chef waved his kitchen knife, and the cold gleam on the blade made people feel dizzy. Yang Kai touched his neck and coughed a few times. He raised his head and looked at the 3 burly men standing in a row in front of him. With an anxious expression, he said softly, Actually, I don't really know what happened either. You don't know? White 7 glared at him again with a fierce expression. Then tell me what you know. Helpless, Kai Yang could only briefly recount what had happened. He said that he had heard the sound of soft crying coming from upstairs, so he went to check on the situation. In the end, when he entered the lady boss's room, he saw her crying her heart out. Instinctively, he wanted to comfort her, but who would have thought that she would directly force him to drink 2 jars of wine, causing him to lose consciousness. When he woke up, he was lying on the lady boss's bed. As for what had happened in between, he really didn't have any recollection. Even now, he couldn't remember. After listening, White 7 and the other 2 looked at each other. Their divine senses surged and they secretly communicated. Old White, didn't you tell this kid not to disturb Lady Boss these few days? The accountant asked. White 7 was slightly embarrassed. I forgot. After this kid sent the snowy sky frontline over, I immediately sealed the restriction in the room. I can't feel anything. The chef and the accountant also nodded, indicating that they were the same. If White 7 hadn't sent them a message just now, they were prepared to hide for another day. The chef held the kitchen knife and touched his chin. He glanced at Yang Kai and said, Then do you think this kid's words can be trusted? Old White, didn't you say that you saw him run out of Lady Boss's room with his clothes disheveled with your own eyes, looking like a sneaky thief? I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? White 7 was a little angry when he thought of the scene just now. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. The accountant said thoughtfully, I think this kid's words should be trusted. It's not like you haven't tasted Lady Boss's wine before. My brothers couldn't even bear half a jar. If this kid was really forced to drink 2 jars, I'm afraid he won't have the ability to do anything else. White 7 and the chef both nodded. Thinking of the strength of Lady Boss's wine, they shuddered and didn't want to taste it again in this life. Then it's fine? The chef looked at the 2 of them. The accountant nodded and said, It should be a false alarm. Then I'll take my leave first. The chef said, Lady Boss is awake. I'll go make some hangover soup for her. I still have some debts to settle. I'll take my leave first too. The accountant said and followed the chef out. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.